rates of adolescents from 2000 to around 2016. And you can see that even though the trajectory is going in the right direction in terms of it is going downwards, the graph for Africans is the one right at the top. So we are not doing well in terms of mortality for adolescents. And that says we need to do a lot more research to be able to characterize what is killing our adolescents, because the perception sometimes is that young people are healthy, but compared to other parts of the world, we are really not doing well. Next slide, please. This slide also shows you the healthcare needs of adolescents. And again, if you look at a lot of the research that is done in adolescents, they tend to focus mainly on sexual and reproductive health, because that is the most obvious aspect of adolescence. But if you look at this slide, there's a multiplicity of diseases that can affect adolescents. More recently, we are more aware of mental health issues and suicidal tendencies. We know that some of the, like the lifestyle diseases that come later in life have their basis in the experimentation that starts during adolescence. So they experiment with alcohol, they experiment with drugs, they're not doing a lot of physical activity, they're not eating right. So some of these things, we need to investigate them early and to really develop protocols in terms of how to investigate some of these aspects. And then importantly, also issues of immunization. We know that this country doesn't have adequate, and most countries don't have a comprehensive adolescent immunization program, and yet it is important. Only more recently have we started to think about HPV, but we need to investigate whether there are other vaccines that need to be given at this at the point of adolescence. And then of course, issues of violence and injury and accidental death, gender-based violence and other reasons for adolescent mortality. Next slide, please. So I'll start with stakeholder engagement. Next slide. And it's important that we distinguish that stakeholder engagement is not the same as volunteer recruitment, because again, I've seen a lot of ethics committees requesting to see what is the recruitment plan. But ideally, stakeholder engagement is a much longer relationship with communities. It means engaging them when you're developing the research questions, engage them with the protocol development and throughout the entire research cycle until the point of dissemination of results. So it's important that ethics committees are aware that stakeholder engagement goes much farther than a volunteer recruitment. I've given you a reference there, good participatory practice. It's the one that we've used mainly for HIV biomedical research, but there are a lot of other documents that are available that really speak to the need to really empowering communities to become partners in the research process. Next slide, please. So some of the activities that stakeholder engagement should encompass. First of all, especially when you're dealing with adolescents, some formative research that tells you the social cultural norms and the role of adolescents in that community, being able to understand who are the decision makers, who are the parents, the guardians, the influence of schools, churches, and government. What are the health priorities? Is your research relevant to that community? And is there an opportunity to co-create research questions, to identify potential resources that you can leverage? When you're dealing with a unique population like adolescents, you must anticipate that they may have legal, social, administrative needs, and therefore recognize that research sites cannot really have all the resources to meet all these needs. So you really need to engage the community and leverage what is available in the community. The next is stakeholder engagement. And first of all, there's a stakeholder education plan. And I think even the lady who was giving the summary of yesterday's discussion, we must empower the lay population to give us meaningful feedback. We must recognize they don't necessarily understand the research process, and therefore we must empower them with that information so that they can give us feedback. We need to have a stakeholder advisory plan that goes beyond just the selection of CAB. So you need to be able to select who is going to be advising you throughout the entire research process. We need to have a communication plan between the researchers and the community, and an issues management plan. Then during protocol development, it's important to get input about the informed consent process, to agree on the standards of care that are going to be available during the study and access to ancillary care, what to do about study-related harms, and also to discuss volunteer recruitment, follow-up and retention. And finally, in the post-study period, the community also needs to give input in the results dissemination plan and also to discuss the access to study products or study procedures. Next slide. And I like to put this slide here because it's based on personal experience. 2014, when we were conducting Ebola vaccine trials in Kenya, we were partnering with sites in Ghana. And so the site in Ghana actually managed to get all the approvals ready, but the community shut it down. It didn't matter that the science made sense. The community was explicit. They did not want the researchers to bring Ebola to Ghana. They did not want people being used as guinea pigs. They did not think Ebola was a priority, and they felt that the scientists needed to prioritize issues like malaria, which they saw as a priority. So it really is important. So we found ourselves in a situation where a study is approved by an ethics committee, but the community says, no way. And they were supported by the clinicians in the country, they were supported by politicians. And that way, the study didn't occur in Ghana. Next slide. So the next part of my presentation, I'll be talking about the application of some of these ethical principles and how they relate to adolescents. Next. So in terms of, the three main principles, autonomy, the issues to consider are issues of informed consent, who gives permission for adolescents to participate in research, what are the circumstances where you might consider waiving parental permission, and then issues of confidentiality and privacy. Because again, we are dealing with a population that has evolving autonomy. They have increased need for confidentiality and privacy. When we think about beneficence and non-malfeasance, we need to consider how to promote the welfare and safety of all study participants and how to mitigate harm. And then for justice, we need to look at the selection of research participants. We need to look at the timing of adolescent research, and I'll speak about how that is important when you think about the principle of justice, and finally, payments and compensation. Next slide. So first of all, let's just reflect on the concept of vulnerability, because it's sometimes we just throw these words around. Adolescents are vulnerable. What does that actually mean? So in reviewing a lot of policies and documents from ethics committee, two main issues come up. The first is that vulnerability is based on an incapacity to safeguard or to protect your own interests, either because you are unable to give true informed consent, because either you don't understand, or being junior or subordinate in kind of a group, and that applies to adolescents, they're subordinate to adults, or the lack of means, a dependence on others, to safeguard the needs, your medical needs and other necessities. And the second is, a higher likelihood of incurring additional or greater harm when you participate in research. The important thing about adolescent is, to be a little bit more nuanced, rather avoid having kind of a dichotomous description of you're either vulnerable or not vulnerable, but to look at the adolescent group as being a spectrum. A 10-year-old will not have the same vulnerabilities as a 17-year-old. And a 17-year-old is not significantly different from an 18-year-old. So you need to look at that and reflect on each protocol that is presented to you in terms of the participants, the question that is being asked, and the circumstances of that adolescent, because some adolescents might be a little bit more vulnerable than others. Next slide. So among the things that make adolescents vulnerable, of course, is their economic dependence and also the issue of evolving autonomy. So we have people who have opinions. They have developed the ability to have opinions and ideas, but they lack the authority to express themselves. They also have limited life experiences, so they lack the ability to gauge the consequences of their decision. So they have confidentiality and privacy needs. They have limitations in terms of access to health services, and then some of them are in increased vulnerability. If they're pregnant, they're homeless, they're out of school, they're orphaned. And sometimes some of these that are extremely vulnerable are the ones that actually would benefit the most from research. So it's really important that you look at each adolescent and to be able to map what their vulnerability level is. Next. So let's talk about the informed consent process, and I'd like to look at it in terms of three aspects. First is reflecting on the information that you give adolescents. How much information is given and how technical is that information? Are there any supplementary methods to enhance their understanding of their participation in terms of visual aids, in terms of fact sheets, etc.? What is the length of that consent form? And is there a process of assessing understanding? The second is the capacity. And in this country, the last time I checked, PPB had, the Pharmacy and Poison Board had set a threshold of 12 years as the point where an adolescent must give assent. Research has shown that a 14-year-old has the capacity to understand that's to the same level as an adult, as long as that information is presented in a manner and in a format that is equivalent to their level of maturity. We must also recognize that out there are also tools that exist for assessing cognitive capacity. So our challenge is to validate those tools within our population. And finally is the issue of autonomy. Who gives permission to participate in research? Is it both parents? And if both parents are available, but only one gives permission, what are the legal implications if another parent later comes up and says, I didn't agree to this, this is my child, and I have a right to agree or not agree? Are there alternatives to parents? Because again, thinking about our African setting, we don't, when a relative dies and you take over the care of a child, we normally don't go to court and get the legal approval. They just move in and you start taking care of them. So what is an acceptable alternative to parents? And then the issue of assent. We have papers that children can sign, but can investigators really assess assent? Because a 10-year-old may not have the capacity to dissent. A 17-year-old may be more empowered to dissent. So we need to be able to look at what is their capacity and their ability to assess dissent, and how do you deal with the dissent, especially when adolescents are disempowered. Next slide, please. In terms of waiver of parental permission, as a general rule, if research involves no more than minimum risk, then generally we've been able to apply for waiver of parental permission and conduct this research. Another criteria we have minors that have children. So are they also, put in the same category as those that are dependent on their parents? Next slide, please. So the next issue is the issue of privacy and confidentiality. And again, the last 2 days, you've seen a lot of discussion about, data protection legislation, and this is becoming very, very important. So privacy applies to people, your ability to protect information about yourself, and confidentiality applies to data. What happens when the data is collected? So when you're talking about adolescents, they may have limited ability to protect information. They may not know the impact of disclosing such an information. So for investigators, it's important to ask yourself, how are these potential participants being identified and contacted? All right, is it in a manner that shows a certain characteristic that could make them stigmatized? What are the settings in which we are conducting this research? What information is being collected? And we need to minimize the amount of information so that it is only what is required by the study. Once that information is collected, then we need to discuss how that information is protected. what are the processes of managing and handling and disseminating personal identifiable data? How do we de-identify it? And then what is unique for adolescent is the third party access, the parental access to data that you have collected. And this needs to be very clearly stipulated in the informed consent. And one of the things we found out is, in the studies we did with adolescents, is parents are willing to waive access to certain information as long as investigators were willing to take over that responsibility. And I'll give you an example. If we asked a parent, would you be willing to know that your daughter has 4 sex partners? And the mother will say, please no, that will kill me, all right? As long as they know that the investigator will then take forward and offer risk reduction counseling, then they're happy to waive that access. Similarly, adolescents are willing to share information, but they don't know how. So they would say, I would like my mom to know, but she is always shouting at me. We don't communicate. So they would want investigators to help them discuss information with their parents. Next slide. The next issue is issue of harm and benefits. And investigators really should justify the inclusion of adolescents, and that has been our default setting, justify inclusion. But I'm proposing that we need to justify exclusion. Of 16-year-olds have chlamydia. That information is useful, but it's how I disseminate it so that it does not stigmatize an entire community. And then, of course, in the manner that researchers are either capacitated to work with adolescents. So they need to be trained to handle adolescent health issues. And then, of course, the environment that we do research. So if we are conducting research in an environment that either criminalizes certain behavior in adolescents or determines that that behavior is immoral, then we need to protect the adolescent participant. The other way that adolescents can experience harm is by the information that they disclose. So for instance, you're conducting your research, you're maybe just doing a nutritional survey, and an adolescent tells you that they're being molested. So this is information that comes to you incidentally. If they're being molested by somebody that is out of the family, then you can engage the parents. But if they're being molested by a parent, the same parent who allowed this participant to join, the same parent that can withdraw that participant, the same parent that is taking care of that participant, then you have a big problem. And that's why it really is worthwhile to spend time to leverage what is available in the community. What are the administrative structures? What are the social structures that can help you manage some of these difficult situations? Next slide. Benefits are perhaps a little bit easier to characterize. They can benefit from the findings of the study in terms of if there's a policy or practice change. They can benefit from access to the therapeutic or procedure that was being tested in the study, and they can access medical care while they're in the study. The other thing that we need to start thinking about is reciprocity. That minors should gain something from participating in their research. So next slide. That brings us to payments and compensation. We need to discuss whether the payments go to the adolescent and the parent or just the parent. We need to discuss what form that payment should be. Is it money for a 10-year-old or a 17-year-old? What will they do with that money? So thinking about how to package reimbursements and compensation for adolescents can be difficult because they're a spectrum and they have different needs. That payment should not be a bribe to the extent that it affects their ability to either dissent, or it affects the parental permission ability to say, no, my child should not be in the study. We know that payments affect the distribution and expression of power in families and in communities. So it's really important that ethics committee are able to see what is being offered to an adolescent participant and make that distinction. In terms of the actual payments, there's some that are pretty straightforward. Reimbursement for travel to the site should be guaranteed for both the parent and the adolescent. Compensation for time for the parent who has been away, if the parent has to come to the site with a child, but also reflecting on the adolescent's contribution to the family's economic activities. Because even if it means just the fact that they stay home while the parents are working, then that time should be compensated. So those are pretty straightforward. The second column is the ones that we can discuss. The issue of appreciation, all right? A token, we need to reflect on the value of the data that we collect and the value of the time that people give to studies. So some of the ethical issues around that is the timing of providing information about this token. Because if you say it very early at the beginning of the study, then people might stay in the study just to get that token, all right? It might affect the ability to exit studies that they don't want to be part of. We must think about what form that token should be. And then we must also think about, is it to the individual or to the community? Because sometimes people are a little bit uncomfortable about giving people, individuals a token, and perhaps a little bit more comfortable about giving a token to the broader community. And the last one is incentives. And probably this is the one that will probably make most ethics committees a little bit nervous, but we need to reflect about, if we're doing a study that's low, minimum risk, and you want to give an incentive just to speed up recruitment, is that acceptable? So thinking about these kinds of compensation and how they can be packaged for our adolescent participants, because adolescents can be difficult to engage and to enroll into studies. Next slide, please. And I've put this here because it reflects some of the community tokens. Sometimes at CAVI we would be involved in, we have donated public toilets where none existed. We have donated water tanks. We've done medical camps. So this is really an appreciation to communities for the support of research. And because it is a benefit to the entire community, really, it's perhaps a little bit more acceptable than the individual tokens. Next slide. So the last set of slides is just reflecting about the timing of adolescents' involvement in clinical trials. And I want to speak about why this is an issue of justice. A review of, the process of regulating and approval of drugs has shown that the time lag between when a product is licensed for adults and when it is licensed for children can take up to 10 years. All right. Now you can understand why there might be a delay when you're dealing with pediatrics, because pediatric formulations are different, dosages are different, they need to be formulated differently. But adolescents, for the most part, if you're 12 years and above, chances are you will be using an adult formulation, and often even an adult dose. So there's really very little justification why adolescents are not enrolled in adult studies at the phase 3. All right, and the graph on the slide just shows you one way of doing it. Whereas after the phase 1, once you have safety for the adults, you really need to start bringing in adolescents at the phase 2, so that by phase 3, all you enroll adolescents and adults. And that guarantees that licensure will occur at the same time as adults. Next slide. So this is as recent as last year, a review of clinicaltrials.gov, which is the registry for clinical trials. And they found that only in 23% of clinical trials were adolescents actually co-enrolled with adults. The goodness is for certain diseases like asthma and atopic dermatitis, there was a little bit more enrollment of adolescents. And I think that is the direction we need to take, that unless there is a very clear reason why an adolescent should not be enrolled in an adult study in the phase 3, I think regulators and ethics committee need to get justification for why they're not enrolled in such studies. Next. So in conclusion, I think I've shown you that adolescence, the period of adolescence coincides with a lot of determinants of health, not just the current health, but also long-term health as they become adults. We need to recognize that adolescents are not a homogeneous group. They're a mixed group and they have different needs. And therefore, even the review of protocols and studies must recognize those vulnerabilities are different and must be able to distinguish these differentials. I think it's time for ethics committees also to reflect and really audit the protective systems that they've put in place. Because as I said, I think we need to move away from the dichotomous description of people as being either vulnerable or not vulnerable, and to be more nuanced in their definition of vulnerable population. And finally, I think there's a lot that goes into engaging stakeholders during the entire research process that can really enhance and help to deal with some of the ethical issues that might arise in engaging adolescents during research. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutua, for that very, very enlightening and interesting presentation. I'd like to now move to the Q&A. If you're, the participants who are online, kindly type in your questions in the chat box, and we can start with the audience in here. Yes. Kindly just say your name and then before you ask the question.
Thank you so much. My name is Ken Ogweno. I'm director and founder of MEDS Research Consultancy and former Cambridge employee. Thank you so much, Doc, for that information. Now, my question is, how can we, you've talked about compensation. How can we package this compensation in form of reimbursement that it does not look like coercion? Because at times I've seen studies where there are participants that they don't even qualify, but they are at least they're trying to fit into that study so that they get that compensation in terms of money, or in terms of unga, in terms of mosquito nets. So how can we package it such that it does not look like coercion for the study participants to get into the study or to stay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Should I answer each or take a few?
I think we can take one more question, and then, and if there isn't, seems like there isn't, please, you may proceed to answer.
All right. So in most of our studies, we've basically looked at issues like reimbursement and compensation. And so we look at our area of recruitment and consider what is the farthest place somebody would need to come from, all right? And then how much would it cost them to get to the site? And then we look at roughly how much, based on the community we are working in and the economic activities that they are engaged in, roughly how much, if they're away for 4 hours, how much are they missing? And that becomes your estimate. You can never get it absolutely right, all right? You can only make a guesstimate as to how much people's time is worth, all right? And one of the ways that you do that is also through our community advisory boards, all right? We discuss with them, this is the compensation, and they give us a feedback in terms of, is this a little too much for, for the people that live in this community. How is this likely to impact? So there's a lot that comes from engaging communities and learning the value of their time and the value of, what is an appropriate compensation for their time and their travel. The other thing is also to do a survey of what other people are giving. All right, so you're not the only partner within the region who's doing research. So look around and see people who are doing the same study or a similar study. What are they giving? And then match that so that, it doesn't look like, you give a little bit more so that, people come to your study as opposed to other people. So it's not clear cut in terms of a science that that for a fact, this is how we need to compensate people. It's really a consultative process. Yeah. And of course, even the ethics committees do give us feedback. When we put a figure, there are several times that we've been told to break down that figure and explain to them how much of this is compensation, how much is this reimbursement for transport. So ethics committees also do give us feedback on that as investigators.
Yeah. Professor Jawako Alan, you have
just a comment. Thank you very much. I've seen sometimes also what some studies do for, especially for adolescents, girls, is to give them something that is not really an inducement. Actually, I want to distinguish between undue influence and coercion. Coercion is when you're forcing people. So what we're talking about here is undue influence, something that will attract people against their best interest or their best judgment in terms of you want to participate in a study, but you don't really understand the consequences of being in the study. So what I've seen in some studies is like for adolescent girls, you can give them, for example, sanitary pads, or there's some for the adolescent boys, they can be given a token of airtime, small figures like 200 shillings, 100 shillings, but it's a very dicey thing. I think the message here is that the ethics review committees need to deliberate and discuss because you'll find 2 or 3 people might not have the same position on such provisions for adolescents. Thank you.
Dr. Mugune is insisting, but because she's a reviewer, we can take her comment, and after that
thank you very much for the good presentation. I don't know whether it's a comment or a question, but it's about when you're carrying out research among, I don't want now to call them more vulnerable. Imagine we are carrying out a study on street children who they are doing some, what they are doing is now nearly going towards criminality, something illegal. And I just want to hear your comment about, do you think as part of benefit, you would include I don't know what to call it, but anyway, you would include assisting them to get out of the vice that you are studying on.
Okay.
So suppose an ethics committee tells you it's about bang, all right? And you want to just study about their exposure and maybe what they're doing, and yet you just want to leave them to continue abusing the substances. What is your view about that?
So again, that's based on the work that we've done in communities. What we've done is to identify community-based organizations that actually address such issues. So recognizing that the investigators themselves may not even have the capacity or the skill sets to address some of those issues. So the ideal situation is to partner with community-based organizations that are very specific to those needs. And that's why it's very important during the stakeholder engagement period to map your community, know who does what, and therefore develop kind of like a referral pathway for people who you identified to have a certain characteristic and then channel them through that pathway.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaudensia. I think she deserves a big clap.
So if the other questions, I'll answer them. There's some questions on the chat, I'll answer them directly on the chat.
We are going to have a plenary. I want to believe you'll still be with us. Yes. So now we could quickly move to the abstract session. We are going to start with abstract E01 by Sportina Nyamweya on centering the pieces, inclusivity towards national prosperity, a case of Lichamu's community in Kenya. Sportina, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sportina Nyamweya. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sportina Nyamweya, and today my topic of research is centering the pieces, inclusivity towards national prosperity, a case of the Ilchamus community in Kenya. My research is text-based, so it might be a bit different from what we've been hearing. In my introduction, my paper examines the marginalization of the Ilchamus community in post-independence Kenya, and I interrogate how this marginalization has led to vulnerability in matters health. I examine how this marginalization of Kenya's smallest community, these Ilchamus are a very small ethnic community that is found in Baringo. And I'm going to look at it from the way it's documented by an autobiographer called Thomas Letangule. I'm looking at an autobiography, and maybe I should just introduce an autobiography because it's literary. My study looks at an autobiography called Trailblazer. And Trailblazer was written by Thomas Letangule. An autobiography is basically a unique literary genre, and it's actually a story about an individual, written by an individual. This autobiography, other than it talking about the individual who has written it, also talks about the community, because we know that the individual does not live marooned in a place. He lives with the community, he interacts with the community. So other than looking at the individual himself, we also look at the community that surrounds him. That is how we're going to look at this, the marginalization of this community through him. And then vulnerability, in my definition, has got everything to do with susceptibility to existential threats. And for this community, the Ilchamus, marginalization by the state has rendered this community vulnerable. So according to Thomas Letangule, the Ilchamus community has been marginalized by the state long after independence. They still live in a state whereby they feel like they have been neglected. So I'm looking at them as a marginalized community because this marginalization has actually made them vulnerable as a whole community. I'll go to the author, who is, as I have said, is Thomas Letangule. And I note that he is a Kenyan advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He's worked with the IEBC. He has a master's in law from the University of Nairobi. And he is actually an Ilchamus himself, and that's where he represents his community. He comes from Ngambu village, which is a community, which is an area that is occupied by the Ilchamus community. He was born in 1968, 11th of December in Ngambu village. And Thomas Letangule is a human rights lawyer, and he also has specialized in constitutional law. So his autobiography is actually the only text that he has written, and it was written in 2017. It not only talks about the struggles that he goes through as a marginalized individual, but also, as I said, he lives in a community. So he talks about how this marginalization has also affected his community at large. In my research methodology, this research will be a closed textual reading of his autobiography. As I said, it's called Trailblazer, and also I intend to review the documented literature which is related to marginalization and vulnerability, and the theories that I'm going to use to look at this marginalization and vulnerability of the Ilchamus community are going to be the theory of the autobiography first, because I deal in an autobiography. This is an autobiography whereby I will be looking at the nature and functions of the autobiography and why I chose it, and also the theory of narratology, because this is actually a story about himself, and how does he tell his story? I have got 3 objectives, and my first objective is to examine the various levels of marginalization manifested among the Ilchamus. And then my second objective is to analyze how marginalization makes this community vulnerable. My third objective is to establish measures that can be institutionalized and vulnerability that arises from marginalization, and assess the benefits that Kenya can reap from demolishing all structures that propagate ethnic marginalization. Now, looking at the marginalization of this community, from the text, there is the violation of the Ilchamus land through the introduction of a parasitic and poisonous plant that is called the madenge tree. We see that the area is quite dry, and so the world, the UN and the Food, Agricultural Organization, together with the government of Kenya, teamed up to try and see how they can curb this deforestation of the area. They tried and looked for ways of trying to combat this deforestation, and they did research, and they found a tree that has a scientific name that's called Prosopis juliflora. So they brought it in the country and decided to try it for the first time in the country in the with the Ilchamus community in Ngambu village. So they took the tree and they planted it in they took the sample of the trees and they planted them in the area without considering the effect that this particular plant would have on the community. And we see that in the long run, the community actually had more negative effect than it did positive effect. The plant ended up blocking the waterways. We know Lake Baringo is just around there. So it blocked the waterways of Lake Baringo, and after blocking the waterways, this actually caused the flooding. And more than that, it actually made the made the plant to die. When an animal steps on the thorns of this tree has thorns, and when it steps on the thorns of the tree, or when a person, a human being, steps on the thorns of the tree, then they become paralyzed, and these really caused a lot of damage to the people and the animals in Ngambo village. And then there was also exclusion of the community from political space. We see that these people don't have numbers, and because they don't have numbers, okay. We see that there is also the exclusion of the community from political space. Because of exclusion of the community from the political space, we see that they are actually excluded from the political space because they don't have numbers, and it is not their fault that they don't have numbers. He talks in the autobiography and says that there are about 30,000 in population, and in these 30,000 people, only about 16,000 people are allowed to. It's only 16,000 people who are allowed to actually vote. So they were actually denied the political representation because they can't even vote for the people that they want to go and talk for them in parliament. So there was exclusion from the political space. And then there is also the economic genocide by the failure of the government to rein in illegal firearms held by the communities that surround the Ilchamus. There's also the absence of basic health infrastructure. They don't have hospitals. They don't have health facilities. When they fall sick, where do they go to? And then there's also failure by the government to help out during natural disasters, such as the rise of the waters of the Lake Baringo, which resulted in the displacement of the community. Then the health implications of the marginalization among them, the Madenge triathons I have just talked about, they actually had adverse effects on the people and the animals. The animals died from eating the fruit of the Madenge tree. And then there is also loss of homes when the waters flood. They don't have a place to live, and this leaves them quite vulnerable to health conditions like malaria and typhoid and others. And then there is the national identity and integration. The economic and security effects of marginalization. What are the economic and the security effects of marginalization in this community? There is the economic deprivation of the community, and then we see that an economically deprived community and the feeling of alienation by the Ilchamus can easily make the Ilchamus they can become candidates of recruitment into terror groups. We know what an idle mind can do. And then we also see that Kenya loses a lot in terms of revenue when a section of the country is economically disempowered, so it cannot contribute meaningfully. And then,
excuse me, I'm very sorry to interrupt. If you can wind up in 1 minute, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Okay. What are the solutions that the government can do to prevent all this? I think the most important thing that the government needs to do is to include them so that they don't feel like they are alienated, they are pushed to the wall. The government can include them in the decision-making process. They can also include them, they can accommodate them, because as much as they don't have numbers, I think they're neglected. They're seen like they just don't exist, but it's not their fault because they don't have numbers. In my conclusion, I note that the political and economic marginalization renders the communities vulnerable, and then the vulnerability can also have economic, security, and existential implications of a community and a nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sputina. Our next presenter, abstract E02, strengthening research capacity in mental health research in low and middle income countries by Mercury Shitindo from St. Paul's University in Kenya. Mercury is going to present virtually. Kindly, Mercury, if you just take 8 minutes, we'll be happy, but we can allow you 10 maximum. Over to you.
Thank you. I hope my screen can be seen.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Great.
Please proceed. Yeah.
I will discuss today with you the strengthening of research capacity in mental health research in low and middle income countries. Just a minute. Okay, first and foremost, I'd like to just maybe share with you a bit of a background on mental health research. WHO estimates that around 10% of the world population suffers from some form of mental illness, with 25% having experienced this in the course of their lifetime. Despite this high prevalence, you find that around 80% with those with serious mental disorders receive any treatment. I'm speaking now about Africa. This calls about for newer treatment and continued research. This now brings me to the topic of my discussion today. When you come to Africa, you realize that most of the people who suffer from mental health issues do not receive the care they need, simply because we normally attribute this to a spiritual problem or witchcraft. When we speak about Kenya per se, when we speak about Kenya, which I will use so that to represent the other low and middle income countries, because of being from Kenya myself, you see that 1 in every 4 people suffers some form of mental illness at one point of their lives, an estimate of around 11.5 million. And when it comes to now, the capacity we have, like at the time of writing this paper, we had like 88 psychiatrists for 27 psychiatrist nurses trained to handle mental illness, with about social workers who are not many. I know that this number has increased, but even if it has increased, these are still very low numbers. We have very few people who are skilled and trained in mental health research, with about 0.5% only being allocated for mental health in Kenya. Now, when we look at Kenya as a country, we have a mental health policy which has done great work and it is tremendous. However, it will, as much as it seeks to sort some of the systemic challenges we have and address emerging trends and reduce or mitigate the burden of mental health disorders, you find that it is silent on some of the key areas that would be able to promote research in mental health that would ensure that we do not have exploitation of subjects. As much as it can promote the conduct of scientific mental health research, it's silent on some of the ethical issues, like ethical training of the staff who conduct such research. Its regulations are either too broadly or narrowly applied. Therefore, it leaves some room for exploitation. And it also lacks sufficient guidelines in the context of health research conduct. Some of these regulations, because they are few, they expose people to exploitation. We also have lack in terms of technical and research capacity. This is the greatest challenge. And then we have low densities of people who are skilled. These are the healthcare workers and physicians. This now magnifies the problem. So we also need to have qualified personnel, and we want to see how can now, like the ethical review committees can come in and maybe support in this regard. Having lack of this technical research capacity affects how this health research is conducted, bringing about some ethical implications like having operational challenges, problems or ethical issues regarding informed consent, and being able to, things like respect for anonymity and confidentiality, respect for privacy exploitation, beneficence, any placebo-related vulnerability in research, therapeutic misconception, conflict of interest. All of these affect how a person is affected who is mentally ill. When we come to research capacity, this is the ability of the person who is conducting this research, apart from having the expertise of handling a person who has disability, mental health illness. They need to be able to deal with the ethical issues that would arise, or ethical specific issues that would be related specifically to a person who has mental health. And do we have local researchers who are trained in ethical research standards? We find that we have very few of this. My screen is stuck. My screen is stuck.
Please just proceed as we try to help you.
Okay, thank you. Now, when we, some of the recommendations we would have would be, if first and foremost we have a mental health like policy, being able to clearly address this, and when we work with the ethical review committees, they being at the point of interacting directly with a protocol at the initial stages, being able to work or maybe recommend working or ensuring that the staff or the personnel who are going to handle the research have the ability to be able to ethically address some of these challenges. This can be through training, through having capacity building. This needs to be keyed in at the design phase of a study, so that we ensure that some of this is done. As much as the ethical review committees can be able to help from that front, including this component in our research mental health policy would also go a long way in ensuring that we have a place where we have the legal part of it supporting the ethical review part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercury. Clap for, let's appreciate Mercury. Thank you for a very important and good presentation, and also for keeping time. So now we are going to move to a Q&A session. We have 10 minutes for this, and as we prepare for the questions, I'd like to announce that there is a survey we are opening online. Kindly participate on that short survey. The link is going to be opened in a moment. So now we move to the Q&A session. People online, you may post your questions on the chat, and we'll start with any within the audience. As we wait for the first question, I'll start off to Dr. Gaudensia, please, about what would you say in instances where samples are stored for future research? So if I'm a 17-year-old and give my blood and it's going to be stored for 10 years, don't you think I should be called back to give consent as an adult? What are the provisions? What would you propose as provisions for such cases?
Okay, so thank you so much, Gloria. So again, the issue of sample storage that is unique just to adolescents, I think is something that even for adult participants, we really need to reflect on, and in terms of what happens to those samples. I think we have had incidences where people agreed to certain things to be done to their stored samples, and then there is no control later. So I don't think this necessarily is something that is unique to adolescents. I think we really need to look at it participants and come up with protocols in terms of how to protect samples.
Himself, the author, Thomas Letangule, he comes from a community whereby he says he is, by the time he was writing this autobiography, which is around 2017, he's so far the only lawyer from the whole community. And he was actually the first person from the whole community to be appointed to the highest position in government. He happens to be a commissioner with the IEBC. So that actually has got something to do with schooling, because he says there are no schools. He actually had to walk for a very long distance for him to get to school. The other children never went to school because the parents don't find any need of taking them to school, because with the Ilchamus community, if you have if it's a subtribe of the Ma community, and if you have cows, then the parents don't see a need for taking you to school. I mean, you're already rich. In fact, even if you go to school and you don't have cows, then that means that you are actually nobody in the community. So there was only one school in the community by then, which he went to, and it was quite far away. And but even if the children went to school, they were actually removed from school because they're supposed to take care of the cows. So there are no schools, which is where I am talking about the marginalization. When you're talking about the economic aspect of the community, the cows, actually they depend on the cows because the farming is not so intense in that area. And when the cows when the cows are killed by this plant that was introduced by the government to try and stop deforestation, and the animals die, you see, this is a metaphor for extinction actually for the community. So this actually takes them behind, and this makes them once again marginalized. Thank you. I hope I've answered.
Thank you for your answer. Any other question? So there being no more questions, thank you all for your active participation. This has been a very informative session and brought us brought to light the different vulnerabilities. Is the adolescents as a vulnerable group, and now you've heard of the Ichamus and the marginalized community, and I'm sure there are others in our countries. And then thirdly, the mental health issue as a community. People suffering from mental health, at least in this country, we know that's a big problem right now. And chances are we are going to see research protocols on mental health issues as IRBs, we are going to need to enlighten ourselves about the issues and how those groups should be protected, even as research happens within them. So one more announcement is that we are going to also post a link for participants to kindly give us feedback. So there's a link coming up for you to provide feedback before we end the day. So it is now 10 o'clock exactly. So it's time to take a break, health break, and we will resume at exactly 10:20. And Dr. John Weru is going to be in charge of our session. Thank you all and enjoy your break.
Somebody who has been associated with us. Okay. So we can do it immediately when we finish.
Decline.
Yes.
Can I borrow you for a second?
So.
Is it safe? Is it safe? Kuna mtu ajui chenye kama ni decline. Kwa maana someone ni decline. Anataka kujionea left ni decline. Lazima nitoe jina. Okay. Nimekupatia 1 minute find out and then niambie. Well, hii kitu iko
hizi unaona kama inaandikwa kwa mstari.
Ulisema mpaka hiyo
Kamera ndio.
transmitter pia kwa kamera ndio.
Hello, hello.
Do you people know?
Just a reminder that we are about to start.
Sorry. I know why.
Welcome back. Welcome. We are about to resume. The next is we are going to have a keynote address titled Research Ethics Regulation in Zambia. And the presenter of this keynote address is Professor Victor Chalwe from the National Health Research Authority in Zambia. Professor Chalwe is an associate professor of health sciences at Creso University in Zambia. He is also currently serving as the Deputy Director, National Health Research Authority in Zambia, and the Pediatric Center or Center of Excellence at the University Teaching Hospital, Zambia. He's a medical doctor by background, and with lots of experience of about 23 years in both clinical work, teaching, and in regulatory positions. So Professor Chalwe, welcome, and take us through the presentation, the keynote address, Research Ethics Regulation in Zambia. Karibu, as we say it here. Yeah.
Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I'll present research ethics regulation in Zambia. The National Health Research Authority is a statutory board under the Ministry of Health, and so important to appreciate that aspect, but also it's the main health research regulator. We do have other regulators. Before NHRA was established, we had the National Science and Technology Council, which was established by an act of parliament. We also have other regulators like the Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority, which are also critical in this space. But I would give those bits as I dive into my presentation. I'll give some bit of background information around our regulatory system, and then give you a detailed bit on the Zambian story around research ethics and how government and donor support combine okay, sorry, I was getting some echo. Thank you. So I'll start my presentation with two quotes. And this is because there are two important aspects to this, and I'll speak to that. One of the quotes from Carol says, health research activities worldwide are growing in scope and complexity, particularly as they move into the developing world. Expanding health research activity in low and middle income countries has resulted in a commensurate rise in the need for sound ethical review structures and functions in the form of research ethics committees. Yet, these seem to be lagging behind as a result of enormous challenges facing these countries, including poor resource availability and lack of capacity. And I think some of these issues we've been discussing over the last 2 days. There is thus an urgent need for ongoing capacity and resource development in these regions in general, and in Africa in particular. Another quote I picked from the EDCTP website highlights that due to the burden of disease in Africa and the globalization of research, there has been a significant increase in biomedical, social, behavioral, research in Africa over the last decade. Along with this increased research has come the need for adequate local systems to provide oversight of all aspects of research process, including the protection of human research participants. We see therefore that this highlights the need. First of all, in the two courts, we see that there is still an appreciation and justification around continuing need for health research. But then we know that this is being done with a lot of collaborative efforts now. I think it is rare that most activities today are even supported when you are working alone, but there is quite a lot of collaborative business between ourselves in South and those from the North. But then there is a huge emphasis and highlight on the health research ethics system that is definitely weak to some extent, and that this needs to be capacity built and brought to the level where it matches with the demanding need of what we are doing. Some of you may be aware, I think when I started research way back, we used to have simple protocols that would be 8-10 pages. Today we are reviewing protocols that are 270, 300, even 500 pages. And so you see that in terms of complexity, the study designs and the detail, things are becoming more and more complex, and hence the need that the capacity for our ethics system also be uplifted. Now, with that background, I want to just start telling you the Zambian story by reflecting on some of the steps that have been done to bring us where we are, where we feel the ethical system is now in a much better position than it was before. So within the Ministry of Health, we had the Directorate of Public Health and Research. And these directorates supported a lot of what was happening on the side of health research in the country before the enactment of the law. But they did not have a full mandate to regulate and provide complete oversight of the research ethics system. Government did make efforts, starting with National Health Research Agenda in 1999. We have the National Health Research Action Plan formulated in 2008. We have the National Health Research Policy 2010. And all these were efforts to try and put in place some form of guidance that helped us to even get to push for the law, which was finally put in place in 2013. And so we have that huge milestone, 2013, by the enactment of the Act, which Act has now provided for the establishment of the National Health Research Authority, and with it, the establishment of the National Health Research Ethics Board, which you may call the National Ethics Committee. And so in line with the theme here around research ethics, I've picked some extractions from the law, which will speak more on the ethics side, but we do have a huge mandate as a National Health Research Authority. I can summarize it in 6 themes. One, that is research promotion research, regulation, research, capacity building, research coordination, research knowledge translation, and also research advisory. Those are the key 6 mandates that we get from our Act as the authority. But specifically in the Act, we do have the establishment of the board, and the board has been given that mandate to regulate ethics on human and animal research and oversee and ensure adherence to health research ethics as provided under this regulatory framework. Further, there are other specific functions for the National Health Research Ethics Board, and these include to regulate the conduct of research and monitor and evaluate all health research, register and accredit health researchers, health research ethics committees, regulate and monitor the conduct of health research and research ethics committees, institute such disciplinary action, create awareness among health research reviewers, decision and policymakers, and the community on the basic principles of health research ethics, promote training in health research ethics and support the formation of health research ethics committees, audit health research ethics committees, review research proposals and research protocols in order to ensure that research conducted by health research institutions is in accordance with the health research ethics. The details around this, and I can still shed more light, is that we've taken that responsibility of even training in health research activities. The audit bit, as I will highlight later on, is cardinal, because when you read the Act in full, you see that the ethical approval, particularly for higher risk studies, such as clinical trials, has been put squarely on the responsibility of the National Ethics Committee or the National Health Research Ethics Board. But then there is a provision that this can be delegated to a registered and accredited research ethics committee. And that's where we want to go, that we take over this bigger role of auditing, and the business of protocol reviews and all can be pushed and dedicated to the research ethics committees. And so I hope that also helps all of us see how we are regulating ourselves in Zambia. Coincidentally, in 2017, which was the year when management for NHRA was appointed, and this was in October, we came across a call by EDCTP, which was in the area of ethics and regulatory capacity building. And these actually spoke to most of our mandates. I got so excited. In my life as a researcher, I had grants before with EDCTP in clinical trials. We did a lot of malaria studies and different evaluations of artemisinin-based combination therapies. And so we were aware of the capacity building grants for EDCTP in the area of ethics. And so as soon as we were appointed, we took interest to look around for additional support that we needed to operationalize the functions of our authority. And so we came across the grant, and if you look at the objectives, one, for example, to support national ethics committees, development of institutional and personnel capacities to enable them to perform their national ethical oversight function over the institutional review boards and all that. And then the other one to support national research regulatory agencies, development of institutional and personnel capacities to enable improved regulatory pathway activities directly related to clinical trials and registration of new medicines and all. You see, all these were fitting with most of our mandates, and it was like a wonderful coincidence, and we jumped on it. And so we got the first grant, which we entitled Building Capacity for Research Ethics and Regulation in Zambia, Bucharest. And with it, it helped us actually actualize most of our mandates. And we followed it with another one, which was the second grant from EDCTP, which is still currently running. And that is the Zambia Health Research Systems Strengthening Project, working towards a harmonized regulatory framework. Again, we coined this title carefully because as we were functioning as a regulator for health research, we realized that there were certain other aspects which were conflicting with other regulators in the same space. And as such, we needed to harmonize how we worked, and in particular with Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority, but we do also have in Zambia the National Biosafety Authority. National Biosafety Authority comes in every time when there are issues that deal with genetically modified organisms. And as you know, some of the products that we are using, in particular in vaccines, clinical trial, have GMOs in them, and so they are also part to the table. So, like I said, we do have all these 6 mandates, some not directly, maybe with ethics, but they still have a bearing on ethics. And so because of that, we've continued to engage EDCTP and other cooperating partners. So for example, CDC Foundation has come on board and supports us quite a lot around knowledge translation, data dissemination, and also research coordination. And so since the establishment of the authority has promoted the establishment of research ethics committees, which is one of the highlights that I got from the Act. We are supposed to facilitate establishment of research ethics committees, and we have done that. And so from the time when we established, we found just about 5 that were food functional. Today we are talking about 9 that are food functional, and in total 15 that are registered with us. And so there is that increased number of research ethics committees providing avenue or platform for researchers to submit and get efficient feedback. We've provided guidance to all these in terms of how they develop SOPs for their operations, training them in research ethics, and then supported them on how they get to recruit their members and meet the compositions that are approved by the research ethics guidelines. Again, as per our mandate, the authority has been able to facilitate that training. The first grant we got from EDCTP supported us to ensure we had our own members in the authority trained. Of course, a number of us were already exposed to research ethics, GCP, and other things which we are doing every other 2 years or so, but we needed to still have this exposure, further refresher trainings, and also to ensure we harmonize the training materials with what we learned in other sites. Again, EDCTP ensured that this was a South-to-South collaboration, and where we used Tanzania and Ghana to have those trainings for our internal capacity building. And then we started doing local in-country trainings. Before we even embarked on those, we had also done a needs assessment, which helped us to have a clear picture of areas that needed, that were had gaps, and formulated a clear capacity building plan. We have used the EDCTP grant, which was initially obtained, to initiate monitoring activities at clinical trial sites. And after a year, we have sustained these up to date. Now we do have regular biannual visitations of selected sites in country. The authority has also been doing research audits, like I said, and this is about compliance issues of our ethics committees. And this is a major activity that we would like to be involved in, while after most of the research ethics committees are accredited, we give them the authority to, we dedicate the function of even reviewing higher risk studies. We may focus just on this. Then comes the digitalization process, electronic platform, which has been introduced in the country. Again, when we had the first grant, we got the Rhino Ethics. It was a limited version. And with the second grant, we've been able to get the national package, which is got other functionalities that help us even to register and accredit, but also review protocols and give feedback to researchers. We piloted with the EDCTP support for a year, monthly reviews by our National Ethics Board. And this has now been sustained by our own resources. We have been, before NHRA management was appointed, the board used to meet only quarterly, meaning every 3 months. And some of the researchers would only get feedback after 5 months or 4 months. Today, there is efficiency in the system, and the monthly reviews have helped this, plus the digitalization process. And now, at the most, it is 33 days, the researcher has gotten their approval. We've continued with advocacy for research and creating awareness. And on the government side, during engagements with, with Ministry of Justice and the Business Regulatory Review Agency, when we are doing regulations drafting and the process of getting starter instruments, there is always a push that we have stakeholder engagement. And so these meetings have provided a platform again for advocacy for research and also creating awareness around even these same starter instruments that we are advocating for. But we also had support from EDCTP again in the second grant, which facilitated advocacy meetings, which we went around the country at all provincial headquarters, where we engaged researchers, research ethics committee members, and also others who are involved with health research. Again, the support, sorry. With the support from EDCTP, we've been able to have the necessary regulations that have helped us operationalize the law. And so we have 3 starter instruments that are out and gazetted, and we are enforcing this. One has to do with material transfer agreements, the other one registration and accreditation, and the biobanking. But then the support has also provided us that we have also worked on 6 more regulations that are almost at Ministry of Justice, almost near final. And these include misconduct, regulations on clinical trials, data dissemination, trust fund, which trust fund is one of our mandate in terms of financing research. And we have one on traditional medicines and also in central repository, which is another important issue. And we delayed a little bit on this because of the new law or act on data protection. The EDCTP support also helped us to create an interactive forum, which has provided networking meetings between our board, the National Health Research Ethics Board, and all research ethics committees. Again, initially this was supported from the donor money, but now we have sustained it, and every year we have meetings twice. From the support, again, under EDCTP, we've had South-to-South collaboration. I highlighted the issue of our trainings for our trainers, but further in the second grant, we pushed in to have some support to attend the Research Ethics Association of Southern Africa, RIASA, for example, and we have also had study tours supported to South Africa, where we visited MRC and also the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. And so this has been a lot of help in terms of sharing experiences and learning lessons that are critical for us to regulate health research. In conclusion, we see that our research ethics regulation system in Zambia has been strengthened over the last 4 years with that government commitment and, of course, the donor or cooperating partner support. The political will translated into tangible actions. So it was not just on the lips, but we see that there was a movement to have this supportive law and other laws, but also we have, even as we work as management, we have received good support from the ministry, our mother Ministry of Health, and also the Ministry of Justice in the development of regulations that are helping us operationalize the law. But further, government has been now increasing on the grant that we get, which has helped us invest more around human resource and infrastructure that has helped us to anchor the activities of both the authority and the National Ethics Committee. Again, we see that the donor support is a critical ingredient and could just trigger some activities that are critical to actualizing our mandates beyond Zambia. To others can attest to this. But then I think that donor support needs to be very much anchored to what you have in your act or what you have in your research agenda and how you want your health research ethics system to be. And so in our case, this coincided very well. And so we see it as a critical supplement, and it came at a good time. That has helped us, and as we get more and more government support, we get wind off from the donor support, but this would still go complementing each other in terms of how we see that support. Thank you so much. I think this should be the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalwe, for that keynote address. We open the floor for questions or reactions as we prepare for the plenary after this. Lillian, kindly check if there are any questions online. From the floor, any questions, reactions? From Prof. Jaoko, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for such a clear presentation. I'm just trying to see a comparison in your structures with this one of Kenya. You said, so you accredit research ethics committees. When they review the proposals, are they doing it on your behalf, or again, you need to check on what they have approved? The other thing is, before you indicated, one of your slides talked about 2 ethics review committees earlier. I can't remember where one of the drawbacks you indicated 2 research ethics, yes, this one, with just 2 ethics committees. So I needed to understand, are these, because you talked now of moving from 5 to 9. So I was wondering which one, are these the oldest or what? Thank you.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the very good presentation. I've also a question regarding, you indicated that this committee reviews only research related to humans and animals. So does it mean there is another committee for other areas like environment, plants? What about where the environment impacts on humans or plants, because human beings eat plants, even animals. Thank you.
I think that's all we have for questions. Prof. Chalwe, please, you may proceed.
Thank you. So thanks, Prof, for that question. I'll start with the last one on your plate. And so the slide here was trying to just highlight the fact that I think up to 2000, we had only 2. That was the one that was at the University of Zambia, and another one that was at the Tropical Disease Research Center. But then between 2000 and 2010, things grew, and we had about 5. Within the University of Zambia, we had 2. There was the humanities and social sciences, and then we had the private one, areas that came on board, and we had the Matcha Research Trust Ethics Committee. And so it started expanding. But at the time when we start functioning in 2017, those 5 were like fully established, and we start having additional application for no ethics committees, which we have supported. And that's the number that we are talking about of 15, but out of which about 9 are fully functional today. In terms of accreditation of research ethics committees and review of protocols. So for all lower risk studies, research ethics committees do approve, and for purposes of national database, they submit all what they have approved to us so that we push in our central database. However, for higher risk, and that includes vaccine trials, special protocols that we include externally funded research. These have to have final ethical approval by the National Ethics Board. But like I indicated, when the function that we are doing now, which is registration and accreditation, the SI came into effect in 2020, but most of our research institutions or research ethics committees were not ready. And so we gave them a grace period. And so now we've started to formalize this process of registration and accreditation. And so an accredited research ethics committee can be dedicated with that function of even reviewing higher risk studies. And when we do that, again, we will not sit and review those. We will be comfortable and we'll be just doing the audit aspect to ensure that if they had approved such a high risk, when we visit them from time to time, we ensure that there was full board meeting that reviewed such, and that they took care of issues that were important. And so it will be just pushing us back on audit function rather than reviewing what has already been worked on. And so that is the stage into which we are. Yes, the Act provides that it is both human and animal research. And so there is a thin line, of course, when it comes to some of the other aspects of regulating around environmental and all. And so this is the issue why you see that we have highlighted in the second grant to EDCTP, and we've been working with other regulators to harmonize how do we best handle and accommodate all aspects of research, including those that border on environmental impacts. And so, yes, the general bigger act still is around the Science and Technology Act, which we still have the NSTC, and NSTC still oversees all science and technology research. But in particular, the health research component is now regulated under this law. And so we draw that line right there. And so surely if it cannot fit in health research, it should fit under NSTC.
Thank you. I think we have one more question, the final question, before we close this session by Dr. Gaudensia.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that presentation. I only have one question, and I wanted to hear your position on, kind of the AVRF process. My observation, and it could be wrong, is that, the national committees have tended to be reluctant to be part of a joint review process, especially during outbreaks and pandemics, and yet that would probably be the best way to expedite review of protocols. So what is Zambia's position on that? Thanks.
Thank you. I think we are in full support of the joint review processes, and our chair for the National Health Research Ethics Board, Professor Patrick Musonda from the University of Zambia, is actually has actually attended AVRF meetings, for example. And so I would say we are in full support of this. And so it is just mechanisms of how we best come to the table and actualize these processes. In country, for example, during the COVID pandemic, we did make critical decisions to support the process of not missing an opportunity to learn from the epidemic or the pandemic. And so all our regulators from Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority, ourselves, our research ethics committees, we worked together to develop a guide for research during these emergency situations, and even cut down on timelines, so that even ZAMRA, which is our Medicines Regulatory Authority, which normally takes 60 days, they were able to, for purposes of research during COVID pandemic, cut down to 15 days. Ourselves, we cut down our timelines around COVID protocols to 3 days. And so you can see that there was this focus around accommodating these reviews that happen during emergency situations. But for joint reviews at regional level, like the AVRF, we've been in support, and it's just how much more we can do in terms of ensuring that our researchers follow those steps that will help these joint participation actualized. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Chalwe. May I request that we give him, we appreciate him with a clap.
Thank you.
Now we move to the next session, which is a panel discussion 3, and I'd like to hand it over to Dr. John Weru. Dr. Weru is from Aga Khan University Hospital in Nairobi. So welcome, Dr. Weru and the panelists.
So good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Welcome to this panel discussion in regards to a very important topic, that is data protection and security. We'll have 3 panelists. One of them will be online, and I'll be moderating. We do request for very nice participation from you, because this affects virtually all of us. So I'll start by introducing our member of the panel who is online. His name is Mr. Ablus Lachiel, who is an advocate of the High Court, possesses a bachelor's in law and also a master's in law. And most importantly, he also possesses a master's in arts in bioethics. He's been engaged with research ethics activities for more than 20 years, serving both at the Scientific and Ethical Research Unit at KEMRI, and also as a member of the institution Scientific and Ethical Review Committee at Aga Khan University Hospital. Our second panelist will be Dr. Carol Bore, who holds a PhD in information systems and certified in epidemiology, and works as a data analyst at KNH Clinical Data Unit. And our third will be Mr. Mugabe, who is a PhD student at Wits University, South Africa, with interest in privacy and data protection, but he is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. So you can see the panelists we have got a very good background when it comes to data, something that we deal with day in, day out. But to start us off, I would want each of the panelists to have a minute and tell us what is this data security, data protection. And you know, ladies come first in Africa. Thank you.
Maybe I could use this. Good morning, Tim. So I'm going to take you through what's my understanding of data security is. We are cognizant of the fact that in research, it's all about data, and we cannot run away from the fact that data security is very important. So when in regards to research, data security would be basically looking at measures that we need to put in place, either technical or procedural measures that protects unauthorized access of data, modification of that data, and also dissemination of the same. It may either be hard copies or manual data or electronic data. In our current setup, especially at KNH, most of our researchers interact with manual set of data. So we are looking at what technical measures do we need to put in place to prevent unauthorized access, modification, sharing or dissemination of this data. Why would we think about data security? We are thinking about protecting the confidential data, which is basically the clinical data about our patients or about our study subjects. In this case, we want to protect the confidential information from access, from unauthorized access, disclosure, destruction, or also amendment of the same. The other point or the other importance of enhancing data security in research is to respect or protect the privacy of the research subject. And why would we be interested in protecting the study subject? If in case of a breach of their privacy, what would be the impact to these data subjects? One, it would lead to some form of embarrassment to the data subjects if their information about their clinical data is shared or it's out there in the public. It may also lead to stigma. I'll give you an example. Last year, in 2020, when when COVID-19 pandemic hits the country, the disease was quite unknown, and there was a lot of stigma that was associated with that disease. So there are several researchers who are coming out to find out, to do research on even subjects who had COVID-19. And there was a lot of people are really interested in knowing the specific subjects that had COVID-19 with an intention of stigmatizing them, because there was very little that was known about this disease. So it was being treated like the lepers, isn't it? People would run away from you because there's so much that we didn't know about the disease. What about things like job losses? If, for instance, your HIV status is diverged, to unauthorized access, it may lead to job losses. We've seen cases where some people have lost jobs because their medical status or their medical information has been leaked out there. It may also lead to a lot of embarrassment on the subjects, and also depression and even suicide cases, which at the end of the day would be like cause even death, and also, identity theft of the participants. So it's very critical that we actually protect the data. First, we're thinking of the confidentiality aspects, and also we are thinking about our study subject. And if you think about the implication that it would have in the organization as such, it would also affect the reputation of the organization. People are going to lose trust in the specific organization that is leaking out research findings to unauthorized users. We're also thinking about the financial or even criminal liability that organizations or even researchers might also face. So basically, when we look at that in entirety, we need to be cognizant of the fact that data security is very critical when it comes to research, and we cannot run away from it, even as the recs, as people review, various protocols in research. We need to sensitize our researchers about the sensitivity of the data that they are handling. I'll hand it over to.
Okay, thank you, Caro, for that. Abdul, you are online. In half a minute, why is it important? Why are we seeing having so much attention towards data protection and security?
Well, I think the main principle is derived from the old age attempts to prevent or to protect the human participants, research participants. That is really the main core thing in as far as research is concerned. But on a general note, our constitution, talking from a Kenyan perspective, our constitution guarantees rights to privacy and confidentiality. And as Carol has already talked about this, I would not want to take more time on it. But we are concerned with the consequences of breach of data protection, which, as Carol has said, is one of them is issues of discrimination, and another one is, of course, stigmatization that can come as a result of abuse of data protection. Now, in research, we know that there is data sharing, and it is in this sharing that the possibilities of the breach of confidentiality and privacy may arise. So the other third point is the concern with the transfer of data outside our jurisdiction. For example, the transfer of biological materials. To what extent does our law regulate, and how much control can we have once data leaves our jurisdiction? So eventually, we should be talking about how do we regulate the transfer of biological materials outside our jurisdiction? What control can we have on that? And final question to me today is to interrogate the Data Protection Act and look at it from the point of view that, does it actually protect the research participant? Finally, of course, I'll be talking a little bit about the conflict that the apparent conflict, apparent tug of war sometimes between law and ethics, and the best way in which to resolve such a conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdus, for that preamble. Now, Mugambi, data protection, privacy, security. Why is it important? In half a minute.
Thank you very much. Of course, there's a provision of Article 31 of the Constitution that provides for the right of privacy. Then in November 2019 in Kenya, the Data Protection Act was enacted. It became operational. And in mid-January this year, there are regulations under the Data Protection Act, general regulations. We have regulations on complaints mechanisms and registration. So this affects all the processing of personal data either by private or public entities, that is the data controllers and the data processors. The Act also provides for different kinds of data. It talks about, for example, general data, data that might identify an individual, or sensitive data, scientific data, especially one's health status, their relatives fall under this sensitive data. Now, the Data Protection Act, Section 53 provides for research, but it talks about further research. The Act does not talk about primary research when you're processing data purely for research purposes. So there's a gap there. Then the Data Protection Act, Section 25 provides for principles of data protection, which we all must abide by, whether you're doing scientific research or not. And some of these principles I'll mention that you must process data lawfully, you must have a purpose as to why you're processing individuals' data. You must process only the data that you do require, the principle of minimization, accuracy of data, storage limitation, for how long are you storing this data? You must keep the data secure. You must be accountable to all the entities that are involved in that research. And then we have the rights of the data subjects. You have a right to inform individuals why you processing their data, whether for research, whether you're a telecommunications company, whether you're carrying out research. But to summarize, I look at it as information governance. Data protection is within that circle of information governance that has several aspects. One, there's aspect of cybersecurity because we are using technology these days to carry out research. There's the issue of data protection, where we have the Data Protection Act. We have the issue of records management. We have the issue of data governance, where do you have contracts, policies that, of course, in research, there are those policies, there are those protocols, but do they also pay attention to provisions, for example, of the Data Protection Act? Legal issues, e-discovery, how do you deal with legal issues when they arise when you're carrying out research? The issue of analytics, how do you carry out data analytics within the ambit of the law? The issue of risk and compliance and accountability, who is accountable when Article 31 of the Constitution on the right to privacy is infringed, or provisions of the Data Protection Act. So these provisions of the Data Protection Act should be complementary to research ethics protocols and procedures.
Oh, thank you, Mugambi. So we hear that there's the participants, research participants, there's the data, there's the structure, there's ethics, and there's law. So these, all of them become encompassed into one. Now, Carol, data safety from collection to disposal, how do we go about it? And what are the ethics around that?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ari, for that question. So I'm going to take you through the stages of data protection, or how we can minimize various threats from a collection till disposal. You realize, like most of our researchers at KNH usually use retrospective, they usually carry out retrospective studies. So basically they go through the patient's medical records, and majority of our medical records are basically manual records. We do not have electronic records as yet. So at collection, how do we ensure that, security is enhanced for these patients' data that our researchers are trying to collect? First, I'm sure we've all done a research, at one time in our life, maybe during our academics or during our practice. And most of the time, we always engage research assistants. Isn't it? Most of the time, we are not the ones who actually collect the data. We have someone else who is collecting the data on our behalf. So how many times do we train and monitor the research assistants and ensure that they are doing the right thing? Do we even subject them to signing a confidentiality agreement that they are not going to leak out this information to unauthorized access? Or basically they are going to go through these patient medical records and they'll be the first to, take pictures on the patient medical records and disseminate that information to unauthorized users. So we need basically to sensitize our research assistants about the confidentiality aspect of the data and also protecting the subjects, the study participants. Another way we can do it at collection is basically separating the personal identifiable information. These are basically unique identifiers that minimally identifies a subject. What are such unique identifiers? These are things like names. In our case, we have maybe the patient's number, we have maybe the telephone number, we have your age, things that uniquely and minimally identifies a subject. So what do we do in research at collection when you're collecting the data? We need to have these unique identifiers in a separate log, a log link, and then the questionnaire with the open questions on a separate sheet. So that what is connecting between the two is just the study participant number that you've given. You assign a unique number for each of the study participants, but you're not referring them with unique identifiers that they can easily be located. Because for instance, if you know like my IP number, my inpatient number, it would be very easy to know that this is Carol who is suffering from this particular condition. And remember, we are engaging research assistants because we are not the ones who are collecting the data. So we need to have a link log that has unique identifiers separated from the questionnaire. Another way we can do this, now after we've done that and we've collected the data, let's assume now the data, of course, I see most of our researchers will have a laptop and they are inputting this data in a certain software or a worksheet. So how do we ensure there is protection at access? How do we ensure that our data is protected now at access? At this point, we can create authentication whereby the system will prompt you to enter a username and a password so that it allows you now to access the data. Remember, we are dealing with confidential patients' data. Another way we can do at access is encryption. When you talk about encryption is where we are trying to convert information into some codes such that you're protecting the information from unauthorized access. And when you're talking about encryption, you can encrypt the whole laptop, you can encrypt the whole disk, or you can even use softwares that are open source, that are available on open source like app locks that will basically lock any other application from accessing your confidential data. Again, we can enable a remote wiping. A remote wiping is a code that you can enable, that you can put in your system so that in case your laptop is lost or your device is lost, you can basically enable that code and it completely deletes that confidential information. Occasionally, we've lost our phones, we've lost even our laptops. Sometimes you're carjacked and even your laptop is stolen or someone breaks in and they steal your laptop. And imagine that is where all your research data is. So if you have like an enabled remote wiping, it will completely delete that data so that unauthorized access do not get to the data. We can also activate lockout functions for screensavers so that anytime you come to the screen or you come to your workstation, it prompts you to enter a password. Again, I have seen, especially where we are carrying out like clinical audits, we have a team of research assistants who are collecting the data for us. And most of the time, through our research department, you will find that these research assistants are using a shared login, to access the software to key in the system. We discourage this so that we have each individual person having their own username and password so that you are able to do an audit trail so that you're able to know who gave out or who shared the data to unauthorized users. Again, you can have privacy screens on your laptops so that you can, protect even your colleagues from accessing your data as a researcher. What about that storage? Now we've entered the data into the system. How do we ensure that the data that is stored in the system is safe, even if it's on an Excel sheet? One, we have the aspect that we're talking about cloud computing. Cloud computing basically is accessing computing services via network. An example of this is using the Google Drive, the Dropbox, or even your email. You're accessing computing services via network. So basically, most organizations are using cloud computing as one of the most reliable way of protecting even organization data. And even as we put our data on the cloud, what do we need to do? We need to ensure that it's encrypted. Remember, we said encryption is whereby we are converting information into some codes that it's only the recipient who can decrypt. So we need to, even as we save our data on the cloud or on Google Drive or Dropbox, we need to ensure that those folders are encrypted. If it is individual files, we need to ensure that they're encrypted. And then if you're working on your workstation and you're entering that data, always close your your worksheet. Most of the time, you are entering data in the system and you get a phone call that necessitates you to step out. We don't remember to close the worksheet. We'll quickly step out because the call is much more important than what we are working on. Again, then if you're having big files, you can also zip big files so that you're able to attach them on Google Drive. Again, that's still one of the ways of protecting data storage. You can also have lockable cabinets. In KNH, we have open shelves. And of course, what we do now, we minimize the number of entry of persons who enter to the patient's registries because patient's data is very confidential. So we minimize the number of, we have a door that restricts entry to the patient's registries. We can also have, lockable cabinets for the very sensitive cases. We can also have password protected, on your computers. You can also create password to protect the files on your computers. What about at transmission? Remember, we are looking at the whole cycle of data management from collection, access, storage, until we transmit these findings. How do we ensure that this information does not land into the unauthorized users? One, we need to encrypt our files even as we share them on emails. Remember, always encrypt that file, convert it into some code that is only the user or the authorized users can encrypt it. We can also ensure that any files that we are saving on the cloud, which is basically like Google Drive or Dropbox, it's always encrypted, such that anybody who gets to download that file, it will prompt them to enter a password to open that particular file. Then we also have something we call the Secure Shell Protocol, SSH. Basically, this is a protocol that is being embraced so that it can protect data that you're accessing remotely. It protects data between one computer and another so that as you're accessing your data remotely, like from an organization's website, that data is protected, what we call the Secure Shell Protocol. Then we also need to come up with an SOP, a standard operating procedure of how we need to share data with partners. For example, now we are cognizant of the fact that we have a Data Protection Act in place. How do we, I'm sure our colleagues, our learned friends are going to tell us about that, are going to enlighten us on how we can share now our research findings with partners. What does the law say? And how does it affect, like for instance, publishing research findings? So we need to come up with a standard operating procedure as institutions as KNH or as University of Nairobi. Then probably you have your personal device. You have your personal device, you have your laptop. What do you need to do to it? You have your mobile phones. How do you protect your information on those personal devices? You can create a password. You can have a screensaver and a timeout lockout so that, like now I've left my phone on the desk where I was seated. My colleague or my neighbor there cannot quickly get my phone and access my information because it's confidential. You can also ensure that you install or run an active antivirus so that anytime maybe a malware hits your system or hits your device, at least it's completely blocked, which basically malware is what we refer to in common language as viruses. You can also have a firewall that is installed on the organization's network to deter intruders from accessing the organization's network. Remember, like if you're doing research university, like at University of Nairobi, most of our researchers are basically postgraduate students, the ones who are doing their masters, the registrars, and most of the time they will access the organization's intranet or network. So if this network is not protected, then it means that their information can be accessed by any other person. Then also always ensure that you keep an updated software and you don't install those, free softwares. I know we are very good in installing the cracked version. Most of the time you'll ask your colleague, do you have an SPSS, a cracked version of SPSS so that I install? Let's also invest in buying software so that we also give the programmers their rights. Then how do we prevent data loss? Now that we've known how to protect our data from collection till now transmission, how do we ensure that our data is protected from loss? Again, we can use the cloud-based storage whereby we said first we have to encrypt our data and ensure that we save it on the Google Drive or the Dropbox. We can also have encrypted data that is stored on the hard disks. We have external hard disks. We can also have your flash disks, but ensure that any data that you stored on your flash disk, it's encrypted. And then sometimes we even partition our computers so that you have an hidden partition or an hidden drive that you can save your data. Then finally, when you're done with the research, you've of course now published your findings and the research data is done. You can now do erasure of the data. You don't have to keep information longer than necessary. So you can erase, you can delete. Sometimes you can even do factory settings so that it completely wipes up all the data from the system. If it is the questionnaires, usually most of the time I will see our researchers having heaps of questionnaires that they give the research assistants to extract data from the patient's files. You can also shred those hard copies after the research period is over. So back to you, Dr. Ari.
Thank you, Caro. From collection to disposal. You've had so many steps. I don't know how many of us have got those encryption, how many of us have got those so-called very strong password so that not everybody enter into our data. We'll have our questions to the panelists later on. Now, Ablos, the Data Protection Act, what is it and for whom? In 10 minutes.
Right. Thank you very much. The Data Protection Act was enacted in 2019, so it is referred to as the Data Protection Act 2019, and it is generally just to protect data and including data in research settings. It contemplates the promulgation of rules or regulations to enforce its operation. And those rules were made only last year. So it means that between 2019 and last year, we could not operationalize the enforcement of the Data Protection Act. The main objective, as we had said at the preliminary, when we talked preliminarily, it's really for the protection of data generally, but therefore in research settings, we expect that the provisions of the law should be able to protect research participants in as far as privacy is concerned. We are concerned that the data, the way Carol has already explained, you see how it passes through hands of different people. The issue or the concern of the law is that how is the data to be protected? And therefore, the Act sets its own objects. The main one is to regulate the processing of personal data and just to ensure that the rights of human beings, generally talking, without just confining to research, that the right of personal data is collected, is protected. I will be, of course, focusing on the protection of data in research settings. Now, it is intended that there are some actors who are concerned with the protection of data. One is, first of all, it's called a data commissioner. The law provides for a data commissioner who then registers two other actors. One is a data processor, and another one is called a data collector. In the law, and I need to point it out very early, it is not very clear to us in the law where the researcher or a principal investigator falls, whether they are research processors or just, data processors or just data collectors. Now, the principles that the law emphasizes is that of privacy. of the subject, that is the data subject, and also that the data must be used only for legitimate purposes, and that it should also be used only for the purpose for which data is collected, so that you don't use data and don't collect data and use it the way you would like. Now, the other provision in the law is that there is need to have a valid explanation whenever family issues are involved. Why are you collecting data? Give an explanation. And most importantly, as I had said before, is in data sharing, particularly when it is leaving the country, leading the jurisdiction in Kenya, there is clear provision that we need not only the consent of the data subject, but also the commissioner or the data controller in the country. Now, the law also specifies the rights of the data subject. The main right is the right to information, that they need to be informed on the basis on which that data is being taken. Then they should also have a right to access to that data, even after it has already been taken, and they have a right to object to the processing. In other words, some kind of control that they are being given. They have a right to have the data erased even after it has been collected or deleted. In short, we can say that you always need to respect the right of the data subject. The law says so. Now, in as far as the transfer of data outside Kenya, what is made, you can talk about generally, is that it needs to comply, for example, with you need the consent of the data subject, and the transfer of that biological material or even data should be of necessity. There must be a clear need for it, which must be set down, and then the data commissioner must be satisfied that even where the data is taken, the data should be protected. In other words, there must be some kind of agreement that must be in place to ensure that even though the data has left our own jurisdiction, it still is has got provisions for protection outside the country. In other words, safeguards must be given to the satisfaction of the data commissioner. Now, then we come to the what to me is the meat of my presentation in as far as the protection of research participants is concerned. I will, I don't want to scare the participants, but I will, if you have time, please look at section 53 of the Data Protection Act of Kenya and read it together with the regulations, two regulations. There's a regulation 55 and regulation 57. Why do I point out at these two provisions? This is a provision, first of all, let me start with the section 53, is saying that personal data, which is processed only for research purposes, is exempt from the provisions of the Act. One, if the data is processed in compliance with the regulations, and if the results of the research or the resulting statistics are not made available in a form which identifies the data subject or any of them, then what do the regulations say? The regulations say that the processing of personal data is exempted from the Act on the grounds of public interest if it is for general or a health situation. Then the health situation is defined under the regulations to include health research and related purposes. In my own opinion and in my own interpretation, these provisions actually negate the intentions of the intended protection of the human participant. We are providing exemption for exactly what we intended to protect. And I'm going to be saying, and my conclusion, that we must look at this law and get this law revised, because it actually removes the protection that was intended. It kind of says that the data in other fields is protected, but in research, it is exempted. And that is what we intended to provide for. So I'm saying the participants, such participants are left naked, and as far as the legal provisions are concerned. And that is why perhaps I am required also to talk about the conflict between law and ethics, because what are we left with in the end if the law itself kind of strips the research settings of the intended protection? What we are left with is now a resort to ethics. And we know that the ethical codes that we have provide protection of data, they provide data safety. So what then happens where then there is that conflict of the law and ethics? That's why I think I've been asked to look at how do we resolve these kinds of conflicts. Now, I would like then to say that law as we know it is based on enactment. Apart from common laws, is something, a statute that is based, and it applies across board to the whole country. Now, ethics are sometimes confined to certain professions only, like we'll be having research ethics governing only research settings, so that you cannot look at it as the general law of a country. So generally speaking, you would say where there is a conflict between law and ethics, what prevails? Let us look at the case of MSMs, men who have sex with men in this country. We regard them as illegal population. It's an illegal practice. Would we then say that if we are to do research on men who have sex with men, that we would be doing something illegal? Not quite. So we would say that where there is a vacuum, like here, I'm saying there's a vacuum, there is no conflict. It's not a question of conflict between law and ethics. Here we have a vacuum which the law creates quite in an unintended way, perhaps. Maybe it was not all that intentional, but I am saying that Section 53 of the Act and the regulations that I have cited take away the protection and leaves us only with ethics, and therefore we might have to resort to the ethical codes to be able to fill the vacuum of the lacuna that the law has created. I don't see it as a conflict, but I would still want to call on our legislatures, and I call upon our researchers to see if they actually identify this mischief that I have identified and said we don't have a protection, and revisit the law and correct it. Incidentally, the Kenyan law is based on the European Union Act and regulations, which clearly provides for protection and does not provide for this kind of exemption. So I don't know why the Kenyan legislature chose to provide for an exemption from what would be a good benchmark and a good practice from the European Union. Let us go back and look at what the European Union provides. We have generally adopted almost verbatim the provisions of the European Union legislation, yet gone ahead to provide for an exemption in research settings. Now, I want to then conclude as to what the law is very, very briefly in other jurisdictions. Strangely, you will see that even those in Africa that have enacted the Data Protection Act, it's only recent. I think the earliest would be 2017, as Kenya coming in 2019 and others following. But you will see that out of the 54 African countries, only 17 African countries have enacted the Data Protection Act that is talking about other jurisdictions. In other countries, the law is in draft form. Others have passed the law, but have not up to now operationalized it for reasons that you cannot really say. And other countries have not enacted legislation, but have done some regulations. I'll give an example of Nigeria. So I want to say that is really what is the position in other countries, in Africa, in other countries in the world. It have been very ambitious for me to try to get there. And I will conclude by saying that, yes, we have a good attempt at data protection, but in as far as the field of research is concerned, the law has gone ahead to create a vacuum instead of providing the protection for research participants or research settings. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce, for that overview of the Data Protection Act. Now, Mugabe, balancing between technology and now what we call data protection, how do we go about that?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, when we look at the Act, of course, Section 25 talks about the principles. Section 26 talks about the rights of the data subject. But what is key and what I like to refer ourselves to is Section 53.4 of the Data Protection Act, which states that the Data Commissioner shall prepare a code of practice containing practical guidance in relation to processing of personal data for purposes of research, history, and statistics. As yet, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner has not come up with this code, which means research and ethics committees or councils need to have a conversation with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. For example, when you're using technology for purposes of research, what are the nuanced approaches that need to be paid attention to? Then also, when you're using technology, there's this principle under Section 41 of the Data Protection Act that talks about privacy by design and privacy by default. Basically, is where you're processing personal data, you need to ask yourself, have you embedded design related to privacy? Is privacy embedded in your practice? So if you're using, for example, a device, let's say it's a research, as was being explained, let's say you have a mobile phone. Is it designed in such a way that it protects both the person collecting the information and the person from whom the information is being collected from? And do you give appropriate safeguards to the data subject? Because as we've heard, Article 31 of the Constitution provides for the right to privacy. The right to privacy and Article 31 C and D is what now comes up in the Data Protection Act. So there are several questions that we need to ask ourselves when you're using technology. One, are you processing data for a lawful purpose? And for a lawful purpose here is because a lot of research is funded research. Let's say, for example, it's funded by persons who are not within jurisdiction. Let's say you're carrying out medical scientific research and the person funding out it is from outside Kenya. Then that person may want it for a commercial purpose, but they're funding you to do this research for an academic purpose. So the question is then, how do you balance that? Then another question, do you adequately fulfill the rights of the data subject? And there are certain rights of the data subject. For example, let's say it's not in a pandemic, it's general research. For example, what kind of information do you give the data subject? Regulation 4 of the general regulations gives a bit of information about what should you tell the data subject. One, you need to tell the data subject, what personal data are you processing from them? Is it their name? Is it their age? Is it their medical condition, their DNA, etc., all that. Secondly, you need to tell them what are the consequences of not giving consent. For example, if it is general research, let's say, for example, if it's in the pandemic and somebody says, I don't want to be tested, then you'll be told the consequences that you get quarantined for a certain period of time. Then if it's other kind of research, then are there any consequences for not consenting? Secondly, what will you do with that data? Is it for academic research? Is it for research to come up with new medical interventions? Then what are the possible risks to the data subject? I think it was explained clearly that there are certain risks, of course, the issue of embarrassment, financial loss, emotional turmoil, etc. Then you need to tell the data subject, well, who are you going to share this data with? This should be the privacy notice that comes with the device, with the technology. Are you going to share this information with a scientific board, with an academic board? Like, for example, myself doing a PhD, if I'm to do any data, I need to share it with a review board. So you need to be very specific to your data subject. With whom are you going to share this data with? And is it people outside Kenya? Then how long will you keep this data? Of course, Section 39 of the Data Protection Act provides situation where you can keep data for longer than what you stated. For example, for issues of review, for audits, etc. Then you need to tell them, how secure will you keep this data? Is it physically under lock and key? Is it using encryption? Because these days, I mean, you remember when we had cryptocurrency, we're told that is one of the safest technologies, but we've seen cryptocurrency being hacked. Then you need to tell the data subject what are their rights. You need to tell them they have a right to consent. They have a right to access the data that you have about them in these devices, in this technology. They have a right to object to processing some of their data. They have a right to opt in and opt out. In Kenya, the option is opt in. But after I've opted into this research, I also have a right to opt out. And the regulations say the opt out mechanism should be as simple as the opt in. Then the right to rectification. A data subject has a right, if I see that there is data that you've processed from me that is not correct, I have a right to say, please rectify this. I have a right to erasure of data. And you look at it this way, if it is in research and I come and say I'm involved in research and I say, no, you need to erase my data, you need to have thought about what will be the consequences of that. Perhaps I've been involved in a research for 2-3 years, then 3.5 years later I say no. Then you need to tell them if they have issues, who do they contact? Who is the contact person for this data subject? It's not that enumerator on the ground, but there should be someone who has the responsibility to ensure these provisions are being complied with. And the data protection impact assessment that I talked about is that, for example, when you're using technology, you need to carry out, Section 31 talks about a data protection impact assessment, where you describe the technology, then you describe for what purpose, ask those questions that I was talking about. And there's what we call legitimate interest assessment, where you ask yourself, why do you want to process this data? What is the benefit that you're getting? Is there for wider public benefit? Because under the EU, scientific research is for public interest purpose. Our act under Section 53 doesn't specifically mention that. What important benefits have been identified for the data subject? What impact will be there if you go ahead to process this data? Then when you're dealing with international transfers, because when you're using devices, you're using cloud service, and there are different kinds of cloud service. There is private cloud service, there's a hybrid, and there's public cloud service. A lot of us use public cloud service. For example, if you're using Google or you're using Amazon Web Service, then it means you have no idea where your data is stored. In a public cloud, it can be stored anywhere. So you need to carry out an assessment of your vendors, like the vendors providing this cloud service, the vendors providing these devices. Are they cognizant of the provision of the Data Protection Act? As you see, I'm talking about a lot of assessments that you need to do as you're carrying out this research. Then secondly, what are the contractual obligations between you and the person providing this technology and the cloud service? What are your duties and responsibility? If there is a breach, what do you do? Then you carry out what we call a transfer risk assessment. If you are sharing the data, you can call it a transfer risk assessment or a data sharing risk assessment. What kind of data are you sharing with other entities? What are the categories of data? Are they sensitive data? Are they just general data? What type of entities are you transferring this data to? Are they also research institutions? Are they pharmaceutical companies? Are they for a commercial purpose? Then you need to say, what sector are they in? What is the purpose of the transfer? In what format are you transferring the data? Is it encrypted? Are you doing it in terms of synthetic data? And then the technological and security measures the other person puts in, they need to give you confidence. And then you ask yourself, if you're transferring data, for example, to South Africa, they have the Protection of Personal Information Act. But if you're transferring to Tanzania, they don't have a Data Protection Act. So the question you ask yourself, if you're transferring this data to Tanzania, do they have the same kind of data protection as ourselves? Does the transfer or sharing of data comply with the Data Protection Act? If no, how do you go about it? Do you have contractual obligations? Have you put in place contracts between the person receiving the data and you who is sending the data? But finally, to end, practically, how do you ensure that you comply with these provisions of the Data Protection Act? I have an 11-point process, which I just mentioned. One, of course, there needs to be training for all people within both the committees and the boards and the researchers on what are the provisions of the Data Protection Act. Secondly, you need to have a very clear data inventory and the data map. What kind of data are you collecting? Because also you want to take care of what you call data sprawl, where you're just collecting any form of data. Then thirdly, you need to have institutional policies that define how do you comply with the Data Protection Act. And this policy could be tied into the research protocols. Then the privacy notice that I said, the information that you give the data subject, you need to have that. You need to designate and appoint data protection officers. For example, at KNH, if you're carrying out this research, do you have somebody who's designated as a data protection officer who looks at the compliance to the Data Protection Act? Then further, carrying out data protection impact assessments where necessary. For example, when you're using technology, you need to look at what are the risks. Even where you're not using technology and carrying out scientific research, you need to carry out a data protection impact assessment to identify the risks and how you will mitigate those risks. Then also, you need to put in place incident and data breach management protocols. If there is a breach, how do you react to it? Because the Act says you must notify the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner within 72 hours of being aware of a breach. Then further, you need to say vendor risk assessment. The people providing, let me give a simple example. Do you know this connected printers that we have in the offices? If they are not well configured, you can actually go and print out what people have been printing and photocopying for the last 1 year because the data is stored there. So these are the questions we need to ask yourselves. You need to review contracts with your research assistants, contracts with your colleagues, contracts with the people who you are sending this data to see what are their obligations, what are their duties, what are their responsibilities. And you need to keep an impeccable record of this process so that in case the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner was to ask questions or carry out an audit, that you will be found to have a high level of maturity in terms of compliance with the provisions of the Data Protection Act.
Thank you, Mugambi. So technology, data protection, law at the middle, the source at this other end, the three branches of the same tree. That's what we are hearing. And I know we've learned a lot from the panelists. Now, I would wish in a few minutes to welcome any questions to the panelists, online and also physically. Any question? Any issue? Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugambi. I've really learned a lot.
It's now, Mr. Mugambi for now.
Oh, it's Mr. Mugambi for now.
Next stage might be different.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Now, from Dr. Ambrose, I heard about something about the lacuna in the law when it comes to subject data protection. Now, I was just asking myself if this can give us some loophole, probably as researchers, that when you are carrying out a retrospective study in the absence of human subject, for example, that now you decide now not to go through the consenting process. But at the same time, there is also the rights of the subjects in the same law. That is Article 31 CD that you talked about. How do we relate this retrospective study in the absence of the human subject? There is also a lacuna in the same law when it comes to data protection of the subject itself. How do we connect these things? Can this give us some loophole? Can researchers take advantage of this in a way.
I think we can take 2 questions and then the panelists can. Any other question? Yes.
Thank you for the presentations. I have one question. How does the Data Protection Act protect researchers? Looking at the instance where you said that the volunteers can decide to delete, can request for their data to be deleted from the systems and not to be used for analysis. How or what do we put in place so as to protect the research? Because researchers may have put a lot of funds in collecting this data, and then maybe a number of volunteers decides that now we don't need this data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we can do 2 questions. No, there's a third one. Okay.
Thank you very much, panelists. I've learned a lot. Mine is an interesting question. It's about hackers. Have you experienced, especially research data that has been hacked? If you have any experience in that, and what measures are taken in such a case? I know they usually ask for ransom or something. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for those 3 questions. We are going to respond to them, but I want us to start with the second question before we go to the first and the third. Ablos, protection of researchers according to the Act and the law. That's the question. Are they protected?
Yeah, well, I would rather want to reframe the question. I think there are 2 questions in one. The first is the protection of researchers, and then the protection of the data which has already been taken. In other words, a right between the right of the subject and the right and the right of the researcher to use the data. Let me put it that way. Now, for the comfort of researchers, we have a regulation 12.4, which reads that the right of erasure does not accrue in research where that erasure is likely to render impossible or seriously impair the achievement of that processing. So that is the protection. There's an exemption, I would put it that way, that you will not, there is a category of data that you will not, or there are consequences that are anticipated, so that you will not be required just to erase data because the research participant has made a request. So I will refer you to regulation 12.4. The right of erasure does not accrue in research where that erasure is likely to render impossible or seriously impair the achievement of that processing. So I would say that is in as far as data protection is concerned. But now the protection of the researcher, I would say is an open question. So long as you get consent and respect the statutory provisions conferring the participants with a certain rights, then there is nothing to worry about. That is the answer I can give in response to that second question. Now, retrospective studies, yes, there are no research participants, but usually we still have ethics governing retrospective studies. So I'll just say, look at what are the ethical issues I think there are issues like in what we insist on usually is anonymization. Once that is the data is anonymized, we think that the subject is not prejudiced in any way in retrospective studies. But we always also normally try to go back and say, okay, what did the research participant or research subject agreed to Were there certain things explained to them at the time of giving out, for example, their data or even their samples? But generally, I would say that there are no problems once retrospective data is anonymized. Thank you.
Thank you, Abros. Mugambi, talking to this issue about data hackers.
Okay, so as I read, as I stated, the Data Protection Act provides for incident management where there's a data breach. So this assumes that the problem with our law is that it focuses more on the reporting than on putting strategies before the data breach. And this is a problem with many data protection laws around the world. But simply, if you're carrying out research, you need to ask yourself, one, do you have, let's say you're using technology, do you have a cybersecurity policy? Do you have a committee that is of all the functions within the institution that come and say, what are the potential risks that are there? Then further, of course, like the steps that I've stated, are the people trained? Are they aware? Do you give free, prior and informed, do the subjects give prior and informed consent? The vendor risk assessment. Let me give you an example. There's this in cybersecurity, there's this example of Target Supermarket in the US. Target Supermarket had one of the best cybersecurity protocols, but then they had a vendor who had access to their systems. And this vendor was not as secure as them. Then the hackers went through the vendor, and then Target was hacked. The report that has been there recently is that one of the highest risks for hacking is our emails, because we are not able to know what is the right email. You may find an email written Libata, and my name is Libuta, and you're not able to see. So we need, do you have exercises? Because what we call tabletop exercises, where you carry exercises within your institutions to see where the possible risks are. If the risk happens and there's a hacker, how do you react to that risk? One, how do you mitigate any further harms to the data subjects or to your organization? Because that's one of the first things you need to do. How do you stop these risks? Then secondly, how do you now inform the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and what kind of protocols do you put in place? Because you also have to carry out an assessment. If, for example, is these hackers who lock your systems, then that may be tricky. Then you might have to pay through cryptocurrency at some point. If it's not that kind of hacker, then you may be able, for example, to update your system. You may be able, for example, to cut off a certain component of your system as you repair it. So in short is that, do you have the policies, do you have the strategies, do you have the personnel who are in a position to react to this and minimize the harm caused by that intrusion?
Okay, thank you. Any online? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the three presenters. I have three general questions, actually, very brief, whoever can answer them. One is on this de-identified data. When you have this de-identified data in a database where data from Kenya and from the other countries come together for the purposes of multi-site studies for analysis, is that protected under the research exemptions of Section 53 of the Act? The other question is current studies where the identified data is already in multi-site studies is already out there, and we know that the law does not act retrospectively. What are the current researchers supposed to do now that the law has come into effect? And finally, probably this is for Mugambi, you really scared me with all these other things that need to be put in place, and that would take time. Training, setting up policies, designating a data protection officer and all that. Is there a provision in the law for a period of time for which researchers need to put their house in order?
Okay, thank you, Prof, for those questions. Anyone want to go first?
I can start with the last one. So there's no, the Act doesn't state a period for compliance. For example, the registration regulations come into force 6 months after the enactment, and then the publication, which was mid-January, which means by mid-July, the data commissioner might start asking data processors and data controllers to register with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Now, even if, when you look at Section 53 and in terms of practice of data protection, you might feel that there's an exemption. But you see, when the Data Protection Commissioner comes to carry out an audit in your institution, you have to prove that you are carrying out research for public interest, for example, that you got consent, that you have strategies to deal with, let's say, cybersecurity or incident management, that you have a data protection officer who looks at your systems every other day to ensure that they are compliant, that you have provided adequate information to your data subject. How I deal with my clients, I tell them, you need just start small, because by the time the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner is fully operational, it might take a time. You could start, for example, by this simple training. Then after carrying out that simple training, that sensitization training of your staff, of your researchers, then you are able to adjust your research protocols to see, do you need to put a clause, to insert a clause that makes reference to the Data Protection Act? Because you'll find that the difference may not be much, but you need to make reference to the Data Protection Act. Then you need to look at, to carry out an audit and say, what information do you give to the data subject? Because the regulations, as I listed, has very specific information that you must tell that data subject. And why I'm saying all this, it's because at the end of the day, even exemption, even for security, data protection authorities, even in the EU, you may say that you're carrying out research for a public purpose, but you need to prove that you've put in place technical and organizational measures that don't put the data subjects at risk, because that risk, these people will go to court. And the issue of retrospective application, the Huduma number decision, I'm sure you had it a few months ago, where the High Court said Huduma number may not be rolled out. Why? Because the government had not carried out a data protection impact assessment. And secondly, the court said that data protection provisions started to apply when the Constitution was promulgated on the 27th of August 2010. That's when we had the right to privacy. So in as much as we have the Data Protection Act of 25th November 2019, the right to privacy is of 25th August 2010. So which means that somebody can actually go to court and say, in 2015, I was involved in a research and this research did not cater for my privacy rights. But the decision has been challenged at the Court of Appeal. We don't know what the Court of Appeal will state or even what the Supreme Court will state, but that is the legal position at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mugabe, for that clarification. Anything you want to add, Abros? Abros, any point regarding the questions that have been asked? You're muted. You're muted.
I am now unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
There are two questions I want to react to. First of all, about in data in multi-center studies coming out of other jurisdictions. How to be handled here. This is further processing, and this is exempted under our Section 53 of the Data Protection Act 2019. Secondly, in as far as the retrospective studies are concerned, I think one of the main concerns usually is about the consent of the institution storing the data. Number one, that's you need consent from the institution storing the data. And secondly, as I said, so the ethical standpoint is that where data is anonymized, you will not need to go back to the participant to get their consent in using that data or even transferring it. I think that is the position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ablos, for that. Now, Caro, when you're talking, you deal with master students, people who are doing their studies, and we tell them it is publish or perish. You have to publish or you don't finish. And they're using the data, and you discussed about access to data retrospective, which is part and parcel of integrity of data. How do you ensure these? From where you sit, how do you ensure whatever you're getting is the integrity of data is maintained, even as you deal with so many people you want to turn out having papers?
Okay, at KNH first, I will I would like to say where we are at operationalization of the Data Protection Act. Immediately this Act was enacted in 2019. Our Senior Director Clinical, Dr. Inwani, brought it to our attention that we needed to sensitize our researchers and even our patients or even our customers and even our colleagues about the Data Protection Act and what's the role of everybody on the chain. So yes, training, we've been trained and we've been sensitized on how to protect the subject's data. And of course, designing forms, consent forms in regards to asking the subjects that you'd like to collect their data. So because it's about protection of the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data. So training has been done at an institutional level. Then at the research department, we have a research policy, which has also tried to bring out or to capture some of these elements of the Data Protection Act so that we don't find ourselves on the wrong side of the law. But of course, when it comes to retrospective study, which is what we deal with on most cases, most of the postgraduate students at University of Nairobi carry out retrospective study. At collection point, we try to sensitize them about Data Protection Act. But I don't know when during the reviews of their proposals, whether this comes out, whether this is information that is passed to the researchers when they are doing their proposal. But when they come to the ground to the data collection, we always ensure that we mention about the Data Protection Act and the confidentiality. And the other day we were in discussion with Dr. Kenuthia about introduction of a confidentiality form whereby all our researchers can sign that form that they are going, whatever data they are going to collect or use research assistants, which most of the time is what they use. They will uphold the confidentiality clause as it is embedded in the Data Protection Act.
Thank you for that answer, Caro. Now, I want to throw a spanner to the works for the three panelists. Now, so much about data sharing, so much about research ethics and the data itself. Yeah, a lot of control, a lot of ethical issues and all that. Why don't we just make data itself to fall under public health, where the population of the public well-being supersedes the individual person and the consent that we get? Why don't we go the public health way instead of remaining like such ethics way?
Okay, you see, on a practical aspect, it's because you see there are a lot of where data protection regulations have been mushrooming all over the world is because it has been identified that there's misuse of personal data and there's harm occasioned on humans on how their personal data is used. For example, the Cambridge Analytica scandal had an effect on democratic processes in various countries, including our own. The profiling and use of personal data for commercial purposes has gone to where people are even processing personal data of persons below the age of 18 without consent of their legal guardians. Also, it's been seen that some scientific research, for example, medical research, is carried out without consent of data subject, and it's used for a commercial purpose, where individuals are used as research subjects, but they have no idea that they are being involved in a research. And when harm is occasioned upon them, then there is no recourse. That is why the policy is that, yes, it is okay to process data, for example, for research or for a scientific purpose, for public health purpose, but put in place measures that do not affect, one, the data subject, and do not affect society at large.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anything?
Again, just in addition to the same question that Terry had asked, I think most of our research, especially in the healthcare research, most of the researchers, the kind of studies that they do, they look at the ethical ambience. I mean, what is the impact that it's going to have towards the society at large? So they're looking at how they can come up with interventions to improve to have better outcomes for the population. So it's direct, as much as we are not directly asking consent from the subjects about, engaging them into the research. I think the main goal of our researchers is to come up with interventions that are about improving better outcomes.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I don't see any question online. Any team of the Secretariat seeing any question? I can't see any. So with that, we want to come to an end, and I'll give each and every panelist 1 minute to just conclude about this big elephant in the room when we are doing research about data protection and security. And as usual, in Africa, we start with the ladies. 1 minute.
So once again, thank you, Dr. Ari, for moderating this session. One thing that I would want just to emphasize is the importance of confidentiality of data. Remember, you didn't want your story to be known by a third party. As researchers, just let's empathize with the study subjects and try to uphold confidentiality of the data and also the privacy of the subjects. Remember, if tables were to turn, you could be the study subject tomorrow. So just just be ethical. Let's be ethical in how we protect the data and how we deal with data and how we also disseminate the data straight from collection, still publishing. I hope we can all, follow the laid down protocols and have a fine balance, knowing that now there is the law in place and there's a data commissioner in place, and you may have informed participants or informed citizen will litigate. Just know that we have the Data Protection Act in place, and in case of infringement of any part of that Data Protection Act, may land you in court or even some financial obligation. Once again, let me just thank now as my closing remarks, because I'm not sure I will get this opportunity again as we close, to thank the organizers of this particular conference. Also, my employer, Kenyatta National Hospital, for allowing me time off to come and attend and also contribute to this particular proceedings. And also Professor Jaoko for giving us this opportunity. Yes, and giving us this forum to share and network. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carol, for those remarks. Mugambi.
Thank you very much. So under section 53, what I'll ask the RECs, have a conversation with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner and ask yourself, where do we have intersections? If the data commissioner is to come up with a code on scientific research, what information will be in that code? I think that should be an issue of priority that the RECs need to seek clarification from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. And just to finalize on the steps that I said, have a sensitization training of the staff, of the students, of the boards, of the committees, so that they have an appreciation what are the provisions of the Data Protection Act. Remember, it's not only data protection from the research subject. I think we've been talking a lot about the research subject. Yourself as a researcher, the institution with which you're a member is also processing your personal data. So how will you wish that protected? Because when you're complying with data, sometimes, especially in the financial sector where I work, you are focusing on your customers, but forgetting you also need to protect the personal data of your employees. Then further, have a very clear data inventory and a data map. What data are you processing? How does it flow? Develop institutional data protection policies, have very comprehensive privacy notices that you give the data subject about what data you are collecting from them. Appoint or designate. You don't need to hire. You can designate somebody within your institution to be the data protection officer. Doesn't have to be a lawyer, doesn't have to be a data scientist, but somebody who understands and has worked on issues relating to data governance. Ensure that you fulfill data subject rights, put in place consent management processes, carry out data impact assessment where necessary, put in place incident and breach management protocols, carry out vendor risk assessment, review contracts, agreements of data flows, of data transfers, and have an impeccable record such that at the point where the data commissioner comes to ask questions, you may prove that you are complying with the provisions of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mugabe, for that. Please let's note all these information we are getting. Ablos, in have a minute. Final word.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Let us have a fresh look at the provisions of Section 53 of the Data Protection Act, interrogate it and see whether it provides the required protection of research, of data in research settings. And finally, thank you for the opportunity accorded to me to present in this August gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Ablos, for making time to join us in this discussion from far. Thank you, Mugabe, and thank you, Carol, for being our panelists. Thank you to the participants for listening in to us. And thank you, Strek, led by Prof. Jaoko, for giving us this chance to come and discuss this important issue. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very, very much for that panel discussion. It was very, very informative. We are coming towards the end of this conference. It has been 3 days of very, very interesting discussions. And out of this conference, we've come with several recommendations that I just want to highlight. And then we have the official closing of this conference. So first, that there is need to train social scientists, students, and community on research ethics. Yesterday, I think it was day 1, we learned that we spent a lot of time and effort training members of research ethics committees, but also for building capacity of research ethics in a country, you also need the other players to also be well versed with research ethics so that they present proposals that have certain levels of ethics. There is need to sensitize researchers and research institutions and research managers on seeking research authorization before commencing their work. This came very, very clearly from NACOSTI because such authorization cannot be given retrospectively. So that is another area of sensitization. There is need for mentorship program for potential members of ethics research committees. As we know, they do a lot of work. There is many of them are trained. And so we need a pool of people who have been trained in research ethics from where these committees can be able to draw new members. The other thing was the issues of institutions considering participation in research ethics review as a criteria for promotion. We learned that there are some institutions that have already started the process, but there are others that are being left behind. The amount of work that is put in by members of research ethics committees are so much, and it takes a bit of their time in their regular work, and nobody would want to therefore contribute or participate in research ethics committees if that amount of work that they're spending there will not be significant in their path, upward paths in their places of work. And I think this is a recommendation from one of the presentation. I think we heard about some countries which do not still have Data Protection Act, should be encouraged to do that, because research without protection of research participants' data leaves a gap in their protection. So not only the protection in terms of their physical protection, mental protection, but their data should also be protected. There was something about research ethics committees funding, and this was a big discussion. Many of these committees do not have enough resources to monitor their activities, to train their members, and even to pay honorarium. And this is a big issue. And in institutions where funds are generated by these committees, we would recommend that they get access to some of these funds to keep their committees running. There was something about multiple reviews, especially in counties, at county level. And again, this came clearly, the bureaucracy that has been created by multiple reviews. So you have an ethics review committee reviewing the proposal and giving a recommendation that it should be conducted. Then it has to go to, and then it goes to NACOSTI, you get a permit, and NACOSTI is the body that is mandated with regulation of research in the country. But then you find that then when researchers have those approvals and permits, when they go to the county levels again, you find that they're put into another system where that proposal again has to be reviewed, and it takes a bit of time. And research is very competitive, and especially if you're going to get funding from outside, the funders are not going to wait for us as a country with all those bureaucratic and slow multiple review system and procedures. They'll just continue with other countries that are ready to do that. And yet we know that research is a very major component of any country's development. If you look at the countries that have developed tremendously, research has been a major component. And so research answers scientific questions, but in addition to that has a lot of other benefits. Sometimes we underestimate the values of research in terms of other collateral benefits like job creation, money injected into the economy and all that. So although that is not a focus, when we frustrate research, not for any other reason, not for ethical reason, but just because of bureaucracy, we are doing a great disservice to our respective countries. So that again, there was something about the need to expedite reviews for multi-site studies so that the approvals are given within a timelines of the studies. And we can only do that if we strengthen our research ethics committee to be able to review the proposals well, but also expeditiously. The example given by Tanzania on online review was really an eye-opener. And I hope that this is something that we can encourage all our research ethics committees in the region to go digital, so that the turnaround of 1 week is really amazing. I would say the turnarounds within a month is still reasonable. But unfortunately, we have situations where researchers wait for 3 months and 4 months, still waiting for ethics approval, and funding cannot wait for that. Industry will not wait for that. Research funders will not wait for that period of time. So the issue of online review system has already been mentioned. The lay persons need to be inducted and trained to be able to actively participate in meetings. Yesterday we saw again, it was emphasized the need for lay persons making significant contributions in our research ethics. The other one, it's not quite a recommendation because I think that is standard in every country, that research ethics committee must always have a research, a lay person, or then there is the issue of a lay summary. I think we learned that there are some committees that require that, but there are some that do not require that. I personally see a huge value for it. So in our respective research ethics committees, we should consider requiring that researchers give us a summary of a lay of the proposal in a lay language. The that we have just learned now is this need for the data protection law that needs to be from the recommendation of Mr. Rachier, that we need to lobby for relooking into it so that it can be amended. This is specific for Kenya, the Data Protection Act of Kenya, which became law. So that is really for local consumption. Regulators, and this is across the board, should study the data protection laws in their respective countries for purposes of leading the efforts in sensitizing researchers and research ethics committees into ensuring compliance with the data protection laws in their respective countries. I think that is a summary of the recommendation that we've received from the people who, the rapporteurs who are gathering notes as the different presenters and panels discussed the issues that were in the agenda. I'll now hand over to Lillian.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jaoko, for taking us through the recommendations drawn out of the presentations that we've had since we began on Tuesday, the 24th. We are on the session of closing of the conference, and I just want to make 2 announcements. One, we shall be giving certificates of participation, and we will be getting in touch with you as to how you get your certificates. 2, we are sending you an evaluation sheet to evaluate the conference. Again, the evaluation will be sent to you through your emails. I now want to invite Dr. Lois Ombajo, who will introduce herself to us. She's here on behalf of the Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences. Welcome, Dr. Lois Ombajo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here, and I'm very honored to be in the presence of my teachers, my mentors, my senior colleagues. It's a great joy to join you this afternoon. So I'm standing here to represent the Executive Dean at the Faculty of Health Sciences, Professor Evelyn Wagayu, who asked me to convey her greetings and her deepest apologies that she was not able to join you today. I am a researcher myself, conducting clinical research and clinical trials in therapeutics in the country, and I've grappled with various issues around research ethics and the changing face of research, particularly in the last couple of years. So I think the deliberations here are very near and dear to my heart. I'll start by just thanking the organizers for this invitation to participate. I think this meeting was indeed very timely and coming at a time when the need for research to generate locally relevant data has never been greater. I think we've all learned, especially in the context of the pandemic in the last 2 years, that every country was trying to protect itself, and the need for more people to be involved in research, to be looking at vaccine issues, therapeutics, and the rest is very relevant at this point in time. I congratulate CAVI, Institute of Clinical Research, NACOSTI and KNH in this partnership led by Professor Walter Jaoko for winning the EDCTP grant to strengthen research ethics in Kenya and leading even to this conference. I think to Professor Jaoko and your bigger team, we really appreciate your leadership and mentorship in issues related to research. I note the conference's focus is on strengthening research ethics, and the deliberations over the last 3 days truly demonstrate the importance of research ethics and its centrality in good research. I think efficient research and ethics committees are truly the backbone of strengthening research ethics, not just in Kenya, but in the region at large. I think for this grant, it's very notable that the aim is to build capacity of research ethics committees to be able to provide research ethics oversight in health research in general, and particularly for clinical trials. And I'll tell you from my own experience in conducting clinical trials in the country, starting is a very, very, very steep learning curve. And I think what was highlighted in the recommendations around training and sensitizing of researchers around the processes involved is very key indeed. Start doing clinical research is truly a very big lesson in patients, and the path from inception of the concept to recruitment of the first participant has neither been straight nor predictable. Up to this point, when we design a clinical trial, we can't say the first date of participant recruitment. It often changes by several months at a time. And as you know, the kind of research that supports clinical trials is largely funded by pharmaceutical companies or other funding agencies and other bilateral partners. And attracting such research is very competitive, is gaining a lot of traction. And I think many institutions are indeed very glad to be receiving research grants, particularly to support clinical trials. And funding agencies require very robust ethics review systems to protect the research participants. And we know that many research funders will not release funds until a clinical trial, for example, has received both ethics and regulatory approval. And this often will form a big limiting step because of the time and resources required. For those doing clinical trials, if you want to get ethics approval, if you have to get it from multiple institutions, it's probably a few 100,000 shillings. If you have to get PPB approval, it's another 100,000 shillings. So where researchers have to invest that amount of money even before getting the grant, then we have to think about how to make the process a little more efficient. Evaluation of research centers to qualify for many of these large multinational grants include an assessment of the efficiency of the research and ethics committees that serve them. And this is a major stumbling block for many research centers in the African context. So long delays in getting approval to begin studies and amend ongoing studies are a bottleneck for the growth of research in this part of the world. And we know of many situations where finally getting approval may take several months, if not even longer than a year. And there are cases of researchers losing huge grants because of long delays. I'm sure for those who chair research committees, often you have desperate researchers calling, pleading for some information around their applications. So ladies and gentlemen, I guess the question we all pose and probably have discussed a lot of during this conference is, why should a proposal take 4, 5, or even 6 months to be reviewed? And what systems can be put in place to address such delays? And I think as we think through and as informed by the deliberations over the last 3 days, is it just increasing the number of RECs in an institution, or increasing institutions that have RECs? Is it only about training the REC members to be more efficient? And I think Professor Jauko highlighted this around, how best to train and how best to improve efficiency of RECs. Is it possible to automate, as I think was demonstrated by one of the institutions around online reviews? And is it just better communication between the RECs? If as a researcher, I get approval from the Kenyatta National Hospital, UON REC, and I'm conducting a multi-site trial in the country, do each of these RECs also have to go through the same process of reviewing this? Or should there be much better communication so that one REC's review is communicated and taken into account by other RECs? The issues of broader training for researchers and of sensitization of researchers and research institutions around the process of applying for ethics approval is really important. And I think this gathering really does have all the answers to these questions that we pose. And whatever the answer is, it's our hope that all those attending this conference are going to do their best to implement and ensure that RECs become more efficient. I think Prof. Jauko really highlighted the issues of loss of research funds. It's very demoralizing to researchers when we lose research funds. And of course, we lose opportunities to conduct excellent work that does not just inform care of our population, but global populations as well. Initially, I thought the director of NACOSTI would be here, but he's well represented, so I'm sure the information will get to him. And I think I take this opportunity on behalf of researchers as well and research groups to appeal for increased funding from the NACOSTI to researchers locally. I think it's not lost on any of us that countries and research organizations become truly independent when countries support those organizations as opposed to relying on foreign support. So as you look through your processes and through what resources you have, I hope there must be an increase in funding. There must also be opportunity to discuss the costs of ethics review, particularly where different RECs and other regulatory authorities are also involved. Does it lock out researchers that do not have the highest amount of funding? And what way can we make research accessible to every researcher who chooses to do research? It's very good to note that this conference has deliberated on the issue of data security, and this has received a lot of attention globally. And I think Kenya more recently joining the issues of ensuring data protection is indeed something that we have to be aware of. Many countries have realized the gap in regulation of data collected from their citizens. And moving forward, we have to ensure that researchers are aware of these data regulation laws in the countries in which they carry out research. In Kenya, the Data Act has recently become law, and both researchers and ERCs will need to familiarize themselves with the content. And I think we see a time when RECs will have very clear direction for all researchers so that every researcher starting out knows what they have to look out for in the process of getting approval. So with these few remarks, I wish all the RECs represented in this conference a very fruitful future as you implement the lessons learned from here. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lois Ombajo, for giving us a lot of things to reflect on, both the regulator and the research ethics committees. And it is good that the chairperson of the National Scientific Ethics Research Committee is here. I saw she was very busy. I'm sure in her next meeting, she'll have a lot for her members. And it is also good that the Director General of NACOSTI is very well represented. And I'm sure that he's also taken note of some of the things that you talked about as far as regulation of research is concerned. And so then I invite Mr. Boniface Wanyama, the Acting Director, Research Accreditation and Quality Assurance, to make his remarks on behalf of Director General NACOSTI. Welcome, Mr. Boniface Wanyama. As he comes, just check your emails if you have the evaluation sheet, and also check if you have received the survey on data access, sharing, and protection. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've been sitting for a long time, and I'm standing between you and your lunch, so we'll try to make it brief. I want, before I convey the remarks of Director General, Professor Walter Oyawa, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of some very eminent people here, working very closely with NACOSTI, providing oversight on matters of research ethics in this country. I'll just request them to stand. I did that in the first day, but I realized the number went up. So I would request the members of the National Scientific and Ethics Committee just to stand, just to acknowledge you. Chair, please. Naona unaangalia nyuma. Yes, we have Professor Alice Mtungi. She's the chair of that committee. Professor Rewe is a member. He's at back there. He was not here on the first day. And Dr. Lillian Omtoko. Yes. In my language, they say when you are satisfied, your name becomes difficult to get it back. So maybe you have eaten a lot this morning. Thank you very much. And then also to recognize the presence of the IREX that still use that term, that are present here, and those that are following up this discussion online. So I also want to convey the greetings and best wishes from Professor Walter Oyawa, the Director General of NACOSTI, who should actually have come to grace this occasion, but for reasons of other national importance, he was not able to. So he did request me to come and convey and bring the remarks from him. So I'll go straight to read what he would like us to hear today, and to acknowledge the presence of Professor Walter Jaoko, the Director of CAVI, also the eminent researchers that are here this afternoon, the members of National Scientific and Ethics Committee who are here, the distinguished participants who are physically in attendance here, as well as those that are online. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I begin by thanking STREC project implementation team that is led by Professor Walter Jaoko for inviting me to make these closing remarks during this very important conference on strengthening research ethics. I would also like to thank the STREC project team for successfully organizing this conference. I note with appreciation the high caliber of presenters and presentations that have been made, as well as the participants, and also taking note of the diversity that is represented. I think you meet the 30% stretch threshold of either gender, both here and virtually as well. I am informed that there were over 150 participants, combining that virtual as well as the physical one, which points to the fact that there was a lot of interest, in this subject matter. I've also noted that these participants came from across Africa, and we had representations from Tanzania, Zambia, Nigeria, Uganda, Rwanda, Somali, South Africa, and of course, Kenya. I'm sure the participants have shared a lot of insights and best practices on matters of research ethics globally. And in doing so, I do hope that this will go a long way in strengthening research regulation in the respective countries, as well as us here in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that STREC project has been of great benefit to the general research community in Kenya and NACOSTI in particular. Through this project, we've been supported to establish systems for better overseeing research ethics within the country. This support included the development of the National Scientific and Ethics Committee Strategic Plan and the development of their standard operating procedures and guidelines, as well as the creation of a web database for Institutional Scientific and Ethics Review Committee. Further, through this project, as NACOSTI and the researchers in general, over 100 ISAC members have been trained in research ethics. And this was done based on a standard curriculum that was developed by NACOSTI. In addition to that, the project also plans to roll out a mentorship program for 22 members. Again, we are grateful because that will go a long way in building the capacity of ISAC members. This again will increase our scope of building capacity, taking cognizance of the numbers of ISEC, the rising numbers of ISEC, as well as the number of researchers that we need to license. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussions on institutional support for ethics that was moderated again here by the chair of the NSEC, Professor Mtungi, provided a lot of insight on topical issues, including issues related to selection, motivation, productivity of committees, infrastructure, staffing, skills, funding, among others. The recommendations made therein will go a long way in providing policy direction towards strengthening the operations of the ISECs. NACOSTI has developed a monitoring and evaluation tool for ISECs, and since 2018, that tool has been used to assess 28 ISECs in this country. That tool captures some of the issues that were discussed during those discussions. And we do hope that part of the input or recommendations that will emerge from here will go again towards strengthening that tool so that we are able to address the very specific needs of ISECs in this country. The panel discussions on experiences and challenges and roles of a lay person in ISECs, that again was moderated by Professor Bukusi, was also very interesting. It is important to note that the role of the lay persons cannot be underestimated. They are very critical because they also constitute the quorum of meetings for the committees. In this regard, as NACOSTI, we recommend, and particularly those ISECs that review a lot of proposals, to have more than one lay person to ensure that the meetings are not cancelled on quorum issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the other points that NACOSTI is keen to address that have been discussed in this conference include the issues raised around the different levels of the ISECs. And as NACOSTI will do our very best to ensure that the operations of ISECs are at par, so that one proposal reviewed by ISAC A and reviewed by ISAC B should be able to arrive at similar recommendations. And that underlies our very important emphasis of building capacities of these committees. Issues of research misconduct also came up in the discussions. And we do acknowledge as NACOSTI, this is still a weak area, but we are consulting with the various stakeholders. The board of NACOSTI has prioritized this area in the review of the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013. We do hope that that law is going to be strengthened, as well as the regulations that will come therein, so that we can have, as much as possible, be in a position to be able to address the various issues that relate to research misconduct. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to thank STREC for inviting me to grace this occasion. I am extremely pleased that the regional conference on strengthening research ethics was well attended by the various stakeholders, taking cognizance of the presence of the various academicians, policymakers, and private sector players. I hope networks have been formed and will be sustained, and the other institutions that are here would follow the way of STREC. I want to say that this is one of the projects I would say has had a lot of impact, Jaoko and your team, in terms of delivering what the project was intended to do. There are clear things that we can see in terms of deliverables, and we are grateful that even the way it was implemented was in a very professional manner. And that is the way to go. Issues of challenges related to resources will continue to remain if we have to rely on the exchequer. Right now, there are a lot of competing interests. As NACOSTI, of course, being an advisory arm again on matters of science, technology, and innovation, I want to say that we'll do our very best. I know the speaker who spoke just before I came was directing the issue to NACOSTI in terms of funding. Just want to let you know that NACOSTI does not fund, but we advise on funding issues, both to government and the National Research Fund, the government agency that is responsible for mobilizing and funding research in this country. I want to finish by saying that I have noted that there are general recommendations that have been made as presented by Professor Jaoko. I know there's going to be a very detailed report which captures the very details of those recommendations, and NACOSTI commits to addressing any issues and recommendations that relate to our mandate. We shall also be able to pass some of those recommendations that are not directly within our mandate, but within the other government agencies, see how best they can be able to address those recommendations. We are therefore looking forward to receiving the detailed report. And with that, it is now my singular pleasure to officially declare the Regional Conference on Strengthening Research Ethics officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wanyama, for those elaborate remarks. I now invite our very able Dr. Irene Nwani to give us a vote of thanks, which will be followed by a prayer by Teresia Nyawera.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here. I welcomed us at the beginning of the conference when we started on Tuesday, where we set the objectives of the conference, and just listening to the discussions, hearing the recommendations, and just looking at the attendance, I believe that we have achieved our objective and the overall goal, which was to strengthen research regulation and establish networks. And this would not have been possible without the support from the different people, different partners. And we would like to acknowledge and thank our funding partner, who is EDCTP, the hosts of the conference, and that is NACOSTI, the University of Nairobi, Kenyatta National Hospital, and all the other partners, including the universities, the research organizations that helped us in terms of the planning and actualization of this conference. We acknowledge and truly appreciate all the other institutions that have participated in this conference and contributed in one way or another. We also acknowledge and truly appreciate our keynote speakers for the different days, the panelists, the presenters, and all those who engaged their time, their resources in terms of attendance, the institutions for actually releasing these people who would have been doing other work and donating them so that we are able to engage and making this conference a success. We would not like to forget our host, the Crown Plaza. I don't think anybody has had any issues with their stomachs. Yes, so we would like to thank them for hosting us, for giving us the nutritional input, and for all this, and for those who I may not have mentioned, especially our team behind there, the ICT team, who have really helped us put this together. All the others who I may not have mentioned, please feel appreciated. And we truly, truly would like to thank you for making this conference a success. So thank you. And I would like to now welcome Teresia to close for us with a word of prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, once again, we are before you, very, very grateful, oh Lord, that you have been with us from day one to the end. Surely, Father, you are so faithful that we asked, Lord, that you be with us, that you help us through this workshop. And Father, we are coming to a close. We are very grateful. We have learned so much. And we pray, Father, that as a country and as a region, you shall help us, oh Lord, even as we look at strengthening research ethics in this region, for the glory and for an honor of your holy name. We know by doing that, we'll be helping the population, we'll be helping the research enterprise in this country, and that is actually divine. So we thank you and we bless your holy name. As we depart, Lord, we pray that you be with us and you go with those who are traveling, Father, that you're going to give us journey mercies. And for those, we are all traveling. So Lord, please give us journey mercies. We are grateful that you even brought people from outside Kenya. And Lord, even as they stay around or they leave to their countries, Father, we pray that you be with them, give them journey mercies. We are making this prayer through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much. We shall be taking a group photo on my left, and then we can have lunch. As we go out, the ladies behind there will make sure that you can be able to have lunch, enjoy the lunch. Welcome for a photo.